and a walkthrough to assess the number of cameras and locations as well as connectivity will be completed in February. The downtown Boca branded items continue to have damage, unfortunately. The letters on our chair were removed over the holidays, and we were able to quickly reinstall them. And we are working on a more permanent signage solution, and an umbrella had been sliced with a sharp object, so we have more umbrellas on order. The cafe tables and chairs have been placed on a weekly cleaning schedule to alleviate some of the general usage and water stains, and that also includes our giant chair with people getting on it, taking their pictures and putting their feet all over it. It tends to get a lot of wear and tear. The new maintenance items in the POA, including repainting of the benches and trash bins to black, is in progress. With a lot of progress done, and we anticipate completion of those items in February. Landscaping, selection of planting is in progress, and the planting is to begin in February, with completion anticipated the end of April. Resodding of the entire POA is scheduled to begin in late February and completed in April. Oops, how did I do that? Okay. Sanborn Square Park, we had recycling bins that were on order in October, and we anticipate them to be delivered and installed in mid-February. And throughout downtown, the paver markers that I had indicated previously, we have them on a 3-month replacement, so the 3 months is coming up the end of this month, and we are working on getting the new paver markers installed, and this time it will include installation of additional Centennial branded markers. So you see the little quatrefoil down there has the City Centennial logo on it. Those will be throughout downtown with this new pavement marker installation. We also have installation of Centennial branded banners along Federal Highway, and that will occur in February. The digital kiosks, we continue to research options for turnkey possibilities. We're looking at a license agreement as well as a lease and or purchase option, and those will be coming forward to the manager very soon. And again, our ongoing paver repair throughout downtown continues in zones 5, 7, and 8. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Richter?
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Thank you very much. And along with thanks to you, thanks to Mr. Brown, and thanks to everyone for that unbelievable Boca Fest that happened at Meisner Park this past weekend. It was really incredible. So thank the team, Amy, and everybody. Really unbelievable job. And I know everybody I saw there was just so happy to just enjoy. And obviously the weather got better, so that was a great help. So thank you for all the hard work there. How have your discussions been going with Brookfield in terms of their maintenance responsibilities? Because obviously I see our team working very, very hard, but it's kind of easy to see, let's say, that there's some maintenance, some deferred maintenance on a lot of their facilities there. How have your conversation? I know there's been conversations in the past. How are things going with that?
Honestly, since the holidays, we really haven't had an update from them, but I'll be happy to talk to her and find out what their programming is as far as timing for, at least painting and updating, refreshing the actual center.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richter. Anyone else have any comments?
Yes,
Mr.
Madam
Singer?
Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Riley, we have very little vandalism in this city, yet we seem to have a higher rate than normal here in downtown Boca, which is well patrolled and well traveled. What can we do about this, and are we looking at solutions for better cameras, better patrolling?
Mr. Mayor, yes, absolutely. We are very disappointed about the vandalism that we've had. I think the signage that we had was just like almost a challenge for some people to see if they could peel the letters off. So we are looking at permanent signage, but in the meantime, I'm just having those letters put back on until we can get something that's safe, because people are climbing on the chair. So we've had to look at a variety of different options. And at this time, there are no cameras in the POA. There has never been any security camera in system within the POA. So we are looking at that now and putting that in as a capital project. So hopefully between those two things, right now we are working very closely with the police department and code enforcement and making sure that we have eyes on those things. But sometimes they happen in the middle of the night and, people aren't there to see it, so.
Well, we have hundreds of thousands of visitors coming there every year, so I'd hate for a few bad apples to spoil the bunch, but thank you for being aware of it and trying to be more proactive. Thank
Sure.
you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Riley. Mr. Brown, I wanted to talk about a couple things with you. Well, first, the parking meter update. We'll be getting that in February.
Yes, February
get
meeting.
an
I believe
update
the
on
first meeting in February.
Okay, good.
Although we may put it off to the second, depending upon where we are with the campus.
Okay.
When the first meeting's in February.
Okay, all right, that's fine. As far as the amphitheater goes, you and I have spoken about what to do next. And we're talking about some capital improvements. And if there's an appetite for everyone to move forward with that, have a discussion about that. Can you talk a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, it may be, now that the direction for the property has been pretty much established because the center has withdrawn their proposal, we should probably take a serious look at capital improvements to the amphitheater itself. As you know, we've had ongoing maintenance issues. There's aging infrastructure, basically. We should look at that infrastructure. We should probably engage some sort of consultancy to tell us how to bring what we have up to state of the art and do an analysis before we actually engage in the capital program, but say, should we have a roof? Should we have a retractable roof that covers part but can be retracted so we have an open lawn? What should the backstage facilities be? Are the facilities attractive to outside entertainment groups to want to come there? I mean, we think they are because they have been, but can we make it better? And should we invest some of the dollars that we have for, our capital money to improve the amphitheater now that we know that it will be ours for the time period to come? And I'm not saying we move forward with any specific improvements. We do an analysis evaluation of what we should do and what possibilities are. What are the options?
Okay, thank you. And we would put out an RFP for a theater consultant?
Yeah, an RFP for either a theater consultant or someone with an architect and planner with experience in amphitheaters.
Okay. So is there some consensus on, Mr. Singer, go ahead. Oh, on whether to proceed with looking at doing some capital improvements on the amphitheater? This is such a wonderful, forward-facing community amenity, and it is ours, and I think we need to put the money into updating it.
Madam Chair, I'm fine with exploring it. I would suggest, though, that we right-size the costs. I think the proposal that we saw from the third party had its own challenges given its size. I believe we're talking something modest, Mr. Brown, here in the seven figures. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
We're not talking any extraordinary, redo or, when I say state of the art, I mean facilities that are functional, unlike some of the issues we have today.
Yes, well, I think that staff should be looking at that as they look at things generally in the capital improvement plan, and
Right.
I'd like staff to go do this so we can assess this in the terms of, before the budget season too. We have plenty of time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Singer, you're a yes, so is, yes, Ms. Drucker.
Thank you, Ms. Knuckles. Yeah, I think that it does need a refresh, and the amount of money that we're spending just on the roof every year, I think it was like 400,000. So if you're saying seven figures, kind of we're already spending every year this money for this roof. And we were very grateful that this weekend the weather cooperated, but had it not, we had had rain for the previous 2 weeks, and our event that staff worked so hard on would have been a washout. So we need to make sure that we look at that and a retractable or anything that we could have there, because I like the open space, but you need to be protected from the elements when they're so random and the Florida weather. So yeah, I would be on board to look at that, look at the pricing, and the programming there keeps getting better and better, and the attendance keeps getting better and better. So that means that the community has an appetite for that area of town, and our goal is to bring more people into Boca. So that makes sense to put some capital improvements in that area. So I'm all for it.
Thank you, Ms. Drucker. Mr. Wager?
Yeah. My understanding is that because of the nature of the previous contractual relationship with, the former party that wanted to go forward, a lot of things have been held back. And so, we've been putting a lot of Band-Aids on stuff, and obviously deferring a lot of serious maintenance and serious thinking that really should be happening there. And as Ms. Drucker said, part of that, at least my understanding, is even like what kind of programming we want there. And this weekend was a classic example of just fantastic programming initiated by our staff. That was just awesome and fun. And the fact that we had 2 stages going on at the same time, it was really just something that it was activated, and you saw that the public really enjoy that. And of course, the festival space, and doing it once in a while is important. I didn't hear anyone complain about traffic or parking for this once in a while event, those kinds of things. But as much as I do think that a modest refresh is important here, and I'm in favor of proceeding on that basis, I reflect upon my comments earlier, I guess, or at the end of last year, about a strategic vision for the remainder of the CRA's term, and that I would like my colleagues to also think about, saying, hey, let's not just do one-off projects here, one at a time. Let's really think, for the next 15 years that the CRA is remaining, what is it going to look like? What strategic projects are we going to do? So again, I am in favor of this, but likewise, I hope my colleagues could be in favor of saying, hey, the CRA also needs its own strategic plan for, again, that will then coordinate what happens on the west side of the tracks to what happens on the east side of the tracks, to have a real plan for our future. So I hope my colleagues can consider that too. But I am in favor of this, and certainly we've delayed things long enough. It's worth a look. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richter. Mr. Thompson?
Just to say that I am in favor of what the city manager proposed, so we should move forward with that.
Okay. So, Mr. Brown, you have your consensus on that?
Thank you.
Look forward to that. Still your report. Do you have anything else?
Nothing else, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kaler, do you have any report?
I have no report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now on to Commissioners' reports. Vice Chair Thompson?
No report, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Singer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Boca Street Fest was a great event, a nice kickoff to the inaugural a nice inaugural kickoff to the centennial celebrations. I would like to hear from staff at the appropriate time, not today, some observations and lessons learned, so we tweak those as we plan our centennial events. And particularly in May. If we had a nice crowd out in January, we're going to anticipate a larger one in May. And I'll also ask staff to provide an update soon. I know we're working on it, but we're eagerly looking forward to some announcements about May and the progress with the signature events. But not for today. Anyway, for now, thank you to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Mr. Brown, when can we expect an update?
I would hope by next week.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Drucker?
Yes, I just wanted to comment, of course, Boca Fest, we were all there. It was an incredible weekend. I've gotten so many people have reached out to me to say what an amazing time they had on Saturday. And what I thought was very interesting of the event was that there's so many things that were going on throughout the city. So we also had the Greek Festival, which was over here in the west, in the Midtown area of the city. And there was an audience for both. There was an audience for Boca Fest, 12 to 4. There was an audience for the Greek Festival after 4. People were heading that way. So there was activation in the downtown, the midtown, all throughout the city. That tells you that people, again, have an appetite for entertainment, arts, culture, food. I mean, you know me, I'm a food person, a foodie. Also, thank you to Anne Marie Conley and Amy Narcisio for an incredible event. A year ago, someone reminded me this weekend, one of our attendees at the event, that I had sat in a meeting here a year ago, and I said I wanted bold. I wanted to be Boca Bold. And they asked me, did you get Boca Bold from this event? They brought it back. They quoted me exactly what I had said a year ago. I forgot what I had said. And I said, yeah, this is pretty bold. This is pretty awesome. There's everything going on. There's a stage here catering to this kind of audience, and there's a stage over there catering to a whole other group and audience. And all the restaurants were on, one of them was on almost a 2-hour wait just to get a table. So that's what we want to see, vibrancy and people coming into the downtown and supporting our local business and supporting our community events. So an incredible job. Kudos to the staff, everyone that attended. Our community came together. What a great day for Boca Raton and a very bold celebration. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richter.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've already thanked staff. Yeah, also likewise thanks to the PD and FD, who really, obviously everything was very, very well managed. You know, I felt, and I'm sure my family felt, and everyone who was there felt very, very safe, and so I appreciate that. Mr. Brown, just one question. You know, obviously with these types of events, and as the mayor alluded to, there will be more events in the spring and whatnot. What I didn't notice was a real kind of utilization of the Boca Connect. And, you know, my thought process for something like this is, you know, on festival type days, or let's call it festival days, that Boca Connect could perhaps kind of convert into a trolley service, because most people had to park at City Hall or whatever. So I don't know if that was already happening, but I just didn't see a lot. And I did spend, you know, the day there, so just observing things. But, you know, if we could look into see how Boca Connect can kind of convert just shuttling people back and forth for those type of events, and make sure we publicize that, I think it would be helpful. But also, again, just a general update of how the Boca Connect is doing. Are we doing the right things to promote it? Is it in the right areas? I know it's something that you were talking about, maybe getting it to the beach or something like that as an additional pilot program. But I'd love to hear an update now that we're in prime season, when we have the time.
We're going to be bringing an update on Boca Connect in February in terms of how they've been doing. I observed a lot of use of Boca Connect on Saturday
Great.
in my walks between City Hall and Meisner Park.
Great.
People actually getting picked up at City Hall,
Yeah.
and they were going east, so I assumed they were going to Meisner Park. I
Yeah.
didn't follow them.
Oh, that's
But I
awesome.
think there was a lot of use. I actually saw it coming out of my neighborhood as well that day.
Awesome, yeah. Thank you.
I imagine they did pretty well on Saturday.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thanks a lot.
And I observed that too. When I drove out, I drove past City Hall and could see people walking from the library from City Hall. City Hall's parking lot was packed. And I was thinking the same thing. Is there a possibility to have some kind of trolley just constantly circling, picking up, dropping off, picking up, dropping off? That, and my only other suggestion at this point was I would have loved to have some Centennial swag for sale, because a lot of people were asking, where'd you get that shirt? Where'd you get that bag? Where'd you get that mug? And it would have been fun to have, you know, people be able to purchase some. But I'm sure there will be other opportunities to do so. And I'll just start off by saying I want to thank staff also. It was an amazing event. There were thousands of people there. I don't know what the count was, but it was, you know, the fact that it was a beautiful day didn't hurt, and I think everybody has been waiting for an event like this to come to Boca, and I really, really enjoyed being out there. I heard nothing but positive, good things, and so I want to thank staff, and as Mr. Reeder said, police department, fire department, the amphitheater staff, the downtown staff, everyone who put this amazing event together, and wanted to remind everyone to also visit the Centennial website, boca100.com, to check out all things Centennial and everything that's going to be coming through this year. Ms. Drucker, did you want to say something before
Yes, before we leave
Okay.
this, the CRA meeting, I
Sure.
also want to take an opportunity to thank staff for our MLK celebration that happened Monday before the Centennial. The weather was not great. but the crowd was there, and everybody, ventured the weather and the rain and the cold. It was very cold for Boca. So, but I wanted to thank staff because another event that was very well attended by our community and that was really nicely done. We spent most of the day there on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day. So I also didn't want to forget to thank staff for that and for the community that came. It was a really beautiful celebration and a celebration of unity in our community. So thank you for that. I didn't want to forget that.
It really was, and the rain and cold weather did not keep people away, so it was nice to have everyone celebrating out on this beautiful day over the weekend, and that day when the weather was not so nice, but it was important to come out for the community, so thank you. So I want to thank Downtown Manager Ruby Riley for putting together this wonderful list of upcoming events. On January 28th, the Boca Raton Historical Society wants to take you on an engaging guided tour of the Boca Raton. Guests will learn the story of the hotel through historical tales about past hoteliers, its architecture, and its connection to historical turning points. Get your tickets now at bocahistory.org. Here's what's coming up at the Funky Biscuit on January 30th at 6 and 9 p.m. Progressive rock band Ambrosia. February 5th at 7 p.m., The Expanding Man, an original tribute to Steely Dan. February 7th at 9 p.m., guitarist Damon Fowler. February 8th at 7 p.m., Doors Alive, the Ultimate Doors tribute. On February 1st and 2nd at 10 a.m., the Boca Raton Museum of Art will host their 38th annual Museum Art Festival. Featuring over 170 artists from 10 countries, this event will showcase paintings, sculptures, ceramics, and mixed media, allowing patrons to explore and purchase unique works directly from the creators. Admission is free and parking is available in the Meisner Park garages. Learn more at bocamuseum.org. On February 2nd at 6 p.m., celebrate the music of an era at the studio at Meisner Park, Sinatra and Friends, featuring Sal Monzo with Dave Damiani, will cover hit songs from Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Bobby Darin, Frankie Valli, and the Four Seasons, George Benson, and much more. Tickets are available at the studio at meisnerpark.com. February 6th at 6 p.m., don't miss the City of Boca Raton Night Market at Sanborn Square. This free monthly market features delicious food options, sweet treats, local artists and makers, live music, and more. Learn more at myboca.us/community events. February 8th at 10:30 a.m., the Downtown Boca Raton Library presents their Family Book Brunch, featuring The Wild Robot, written by Peter Brown. Children ages 7 through 12 will discuss the book and enjoy fun games, activities, and refreshments. Seating reservations are required for the child and caregiver, and the invite includes a free copy of the book. Sign up today at bocalibrary.org. On February 9th at 9:30 a.m., join yogi Leslie Glickman as she hosts Yoga at the Museum at the Boca Raton Museum of Art. No experience is necessary for this vinyasa program held within the beautiful surroundings of the museum, just a willingness for better overall well-being. You can find more information at bocamuseum.org. And remember, you can get around downtown Boca fast and easy with the Boca Connect shuttle from Circuit. With free rides that originate and end in downtown and nominal fees for rides within most of the city, it's a perfect way to get to your destination safely and to not have to worry about parking. Visit downtownboca.org for more information, to download the Circuit app to your phone, and to find out how you can get your first 2 rides for free. So thank you, Ms. Riley, for that update. I want to, again, remind everyone to please visit downtownboca.org and download the My Boca app to keep up with all the happenings downtown and to report concerns. A reminder to please visit and support all the businesses in the downtown, especially the many small locally owned businesses and the restaurants in the downtown. And of course, if you have any ideas you'd like to share with me, you can send me an email to fnackless@myboca.us or give me a call. I'd love to hear from you. And finally, I want to wish my beautiful daughter, Hannah, a very happy birthday today. With that, and with no other business to come before us, this meeting is adjourned at 12:01 p.m.
Yeah, right on the right.
Good afternoon and welcome to a workshop meeting of the Boca Raton City Council. It is Monday, January 27, 2025. The time is 12:34. Our first item of business today will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please rise and join in? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we'll dispense with the roll since we had a CRA workshop or a CRA meeting shortly ago. All 5 council members are present. We're glad so many members of the public are here today to hear about our government campus redevelopment partnership opportunity. We're first going to begin with a report from our staff and from our consultant CBRE, who will give an overview from the 4 unsolicited proposals the city's received for our potential partnership for downtown redevelopment. I'm glad so many people are here, and I hope a lot are watching at home or will be later, because we want to get accurate information out there about the proposals that have been brought to us by third parties. And in the coming weeks and months, we're going to have a lot more public discussion. We're going to have an open house, which we'll cover shortly, as well as continue the 11+ city council meetings where we've agended this as a topic in recent days, following on the 2 years of the conversation we've had, as this has remained a top priority for the city over the last 2 years. So look forward to your comments, your feedback, and also for us all to listen and hear a lot of and learn more about these proposals. So with that, I'll recognize our city manager, Mr. Brown, who can introduce our staff, who will make a presentation, and then CBRE.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Andy Lukasik, Deputy City Manager, is going to kick off the presentations from staff this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mayor, Council, good afternoon. As you all know, this is a milestone meeting in the process to kick off the government campus master plan. CBRE has been selected as our real estate consultant. They've been working with us over the course of the past several weeks, working with the firms that have submitted proposals for your consideration. They're going to give you a brief update of all of the proposals, and then we'll go ahead and start going in alphabetical order through all of the proposers and take you through the afternoon. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Leanne Corse, and she's going to start the presentation.
There we go. Thank you, Andy. Leanne Corst with CBRE's Public Institutions and Education Solutions Practice. And on behalf of our team, we want to just thank you for the opportunity to present the overview that Andy just referenced and our analysis of each of the 4 proposals received to date and information received to date. You'll hear from the 4 firms this afternoon. However, we wanted to try and put the proposals together in a digestible format. There's volumes of information, and we wanted to set them forth in a comparative manner. So this timeline is the one that Council set forth earlier this month, and you can see we're at the January 27th date today. And as the mayor just said, we'll talk more about public outreach and public input in just a little while, but you'll see some of the very next steps moving forward are importantly the February 11th firm rankings and February 19th open house. And following that, a completion of a draft interim agreement by March 18th. So on this page, and of note, is the length of time each firm has been in business, a list of their past comparable projects, along with their development team partners, for example, architects, engineers, land use attorneys, and general contractors. And they all have put together teams of very well-qualified development partners to deliver the project. Here we have listed out the public spaces and highlighted the really great variety of public spaces in each of the proposals. On the left-hand column are the civic uses, and each firm has expressed the flexibility to deliver the amount of space required for City Hall, which staff is working closely on now. They've all also included a police substation downtown, but it also does highlight a few differences, such as one proposer recommending or including in their concept plan a performing arts center. The range of open and green space is from 2.52 acres on up to 6.0 acres, 0.8 acres. And most of them provided a really thorough sustainability plan. From a commercial standpoint, the amount of residential units ranges from 650 units up to 8,000 residential units, and all have committed to include mixed income units such as affordable or workforce housing. 3 out of the 4 proposers include less than a 200 key hotel. 1 is at about a 400 key hotel. Office square footages range from 100,000 square feet of office to 950,000 square feet. And all of the proposers plan to build retail and restaurants that create a sense of place and a destination for the community to enjoy. Community outreach, we heard, is so incredibly important, and it's the city's downtown, and residents want to provide their input and understand what's going on with the project. So the city has worked hard to create numerous opportunities to accomplish that. And so you'll see in the upper left-hand corner an opportunity for the public to hear the public meetings, participate in the public meetings, as well as that open house that's scheduled for February the 19th. And you can see the date and the time up there as well. On the right-hand side, the city's created a web page in which they're posting information about the project, but also an email for the communications, inquiries, as well as a feedback form to capture the public's feedback. Proposed community benefits, all of the proposals include job creation and provide for live, work, play concepts, but a sampling of the other community benefits include pedestrian and cyclist accessibility, outdoor gathering spaces, dog parks, traffic calming, streetscape enhancements, and playgrounds. I'm not going to read every word on the page, but that's just a smattering of some of the various community benefits. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mike McShay.
Thank you, Leanne. Mike McShay with CBRE. I'm going to talk a little bit about the financial benefits of each of the proposals. And this has been an evolving process over the course of the last really couple of weeks. But on the far left, you'll see Boca Raton City Center, which is the Terra Frisbee group. And generally speaking, the analysis that we have prepared, there are dozens of pages of analysis behind this summary page. But as Leanne mentioned before, in the Boca Raton Terra Frisbee proposal, they're proposing a 150 key hotel, 1,129 units of residential units. And importantly, and it's right in the middle of the page, the ground rent that would be generated from their proposal totals $4 million per year. Okay, so we have escalated that over the course of the ground lease at 2% per year, which produces a very significant net present value of $140 million in current dollars today for, in this particular case, for the Terra Frisbee team. That's over $1 billion a year over the 99-year ground lease. And importantly, what is not reflected yet is what the real estate tax generation will be for each of these proposals. And in part, it's not reflected yet because we're still working to clarify with each of the respondents the assumptions that are being used. But I will tell you that from the analysis that we've been able to do today so far, the actual tax revenues will eclipse the ground rent. You know, we are expecting that each of the proposers will generate $200 million of present value taxes over the life of the ground lease in addition to the ground rent. So very, very substantial revenue streams for the city. That too, in the case of Boca Raton City Center LLC, would be over $1 billion of tax revenue in addition to the ground rent that we've already talked about. The NAMDAR group, as Leanne mentioned, has proposed something much different. What they are suggesting is a very dense development of 8,000 units, which includes both affordable, workforce, and market rate. But in exchange for that, what they are proposing to do is give you all, or provide to the city, all of the public infrastructure and buildings that will be required. So they are saying that if they get this density, they will build approximately $469 million of public beneficial space. That's the city hall, the parks and recreation work that needs to be done, all of the infrastructure. And in addition to that, they're proposing that they would also build a synagogue at no cost to the city as part of their community development. In their case, because the project is so dense and so much larger than the others, you can expect that the tax revenues to be generated will be 3 times what we're seeing for the other developers. And we've got, like I said, pages of data behind this that will support all of the numbers that you're seeing in the summary pages here. Related Ross, slightly different model, and I won't say slightly different, actually it's quite a bit different. Related Ross is proposing to build what they would consider to be an ecosystem of job creation opportunities in the city. In this particular case, they're talking about 975,000 square feet of office space and a total of 400 key hotel and 650 residential units. So interestingly, if you go through the analysis here, they also, for the purposes of our calculations, we're using an escalator of 2% per year, and they are generating, as compared to the other proposers, about $5 million, a little over $5 million a year in ground rent. And again, in their case, it'll be roughly, based on the analysis we've done so far, $1.3 billion in tax revenues, over $200 million a year in present value to the city. One of the differences in their proposal is they've offered to forward fund some of the ground rent so that parks and recreation facilities can be constructed. They've offered $5 million forward funding of the ground rent to be able to pay for some of the relocation of those facilities today. The next proposal is Roca Point Partners. Roca Point Partners has proposed an entirely different concept altogether. What Roca has said is that they will construct on the city's behalf all of the public and municipal facilities today and make ready for the development the pad sites on which the future development of residential and retail spaces, the placemaking could occur. So they're prepared to basically make sure that the city's interests are protected in terms of construction of a new city hall, the police substation, those kinds of facilities. This is what they're proposing to do. All of that, again, would be funded from both tax revenues that would be generated from future development partners that would build the residential units, and then the TIF or the tax increment financing downstream. It's a lot of information to absorb on this page, but we're happy to answer any questions. So each of these proposals, as Leanne mentioned a little bit earlier, has got some nuances to them. And in the case of Roca Point, or I'm sorry, Boca Raton City Center, Terra Frisbee, in addition to the proposal of ground rent that they have provided, they've also said that they would be willing to do a percentage rent model as well. Percentage model or percentage rent model basically would say that they are willing to share in the revenues, the gross revenues to be generated from the development over a certain hurdle rate. That would basically pay back their mortgages and the costs of constructing the public facilities. It's a different model, but they basically offered their original ground rent model plus the percentage rent as well. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, NAMDAR has said that they would develop all of the city facilities, and it's a very substantial commitment on their part. But in exchange for that, they're looking for a very significant development on the site of over 8,000 units. In the case of Related Ross, the nuance in this particular case is that they've offered to forward fund $5 million to relocate the parks and recreation facilities, and another $5 million for some of the transaction costs that would be otherwise borne by the city. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Roca Point is talking about developing all of the public facilities, the infrastructure on the city's behalf to start the project and get the project moving. So in terms of phasing, these are complicated, very large and significant developments. I will tell you that each of the developers has proposed and wants to get started as soon as they possibly can. You can ask any of them if they could start constructing, this year, they would. It's likely that each of them is going to take a little bit of time to get through the design, entitlement, and approval process. But once they do that, you can see here the different phases that are being committed to by the developers. And what you'll find is that, this will take anywhere to be fully built out, fully completed, most likely 8 to 10 years. And so with that, I think we're going to go now through some of the big picture overviews, as Leanne has already talked about. In the case of the Boca Raton City Center team, which is the Terra Frisbee team, I would like to point out they're a very experienced developer with similar mixed-use projects all throughout South Florida. They've got 3 fundamental concepts, which include pedestrian-friendly network, connected ground floor plan, and retail experience. Relatively speaking, in comparison to some of the other developments, it's a low development height in terms of 10 stories, although that requires a little bit further clarification, as we've talked about, because it's considered, or they are considering that they would be building maybe 10, 12 stories above a parking deck. So we're going to have to further understand that. They're talking about rooftop green spaces. And they do have control of an additional site on the property, which is the Boca Color Graphics site. They've got contractual control, is what we understand. So, as I mentioned earlier, each of these developers has some nuance, and these are some of the proposal highlights. One of the things that they've also proposed is that should the property be sold in the future, there would be a transfer fee paid to the city over the development horizon. So there's an opportunity for additional income through the transfer fees if the project and property is sold. It's undetermined today because, of course, we don't know what the price might be or when that might occur, but there are transfer fees contemplated in their proposal. And as I mentioned earlier, they are considering a mix of both workforce and affordable in addition to the market rate units. The Namdar Group, again, I'll just reiterate, they're a very experienced developer. They've done a lot of work in New York and New Jersey. Also now based out of Miami, they've got quite a lot of projects going on. They seem to focus primarily, they like to do work on projects that are in transit-oriented development. They like to be within 1,000 feet of a transit site. So in this particular case, they would be able to certainly take advantage of that at this location. They have proposed 8,000 units. 4 key concept drivers for them are a Grand Promenade, a Banyan Grove commercial core and cultural civic core. They have considered, as have all of the developers, how they would extend the Northwest 2nd Avenue connecting Meisner Park eastward, and they are including at this point a performing arts center in addition to all of the other public facilities we've talked about, and I mentioned the synagogue earlier. Related Ross, I think you all are probably familiar with, many of you are familiar with, similar mixed-use Palm Beach County experience. I'll mention City Place. They are headquartered in Palm Beach County, a fully integrated team, platform, development and construction, leasing activities, sales management. And they have proposed, as we discussed a little bit earlier, a very significant commercial office component to really be a new economic engine. I'm sure they'll talk about that themselves when they have an opportunity to present later. But they're basically talking about constructing 1 million square feet of office space in addition to approximately 650 units of residential. And they have made a significant commitment to public art. They have offered, as has the folks at Terra Frisbee, to build a certain portion of the project as for sale units or for sale condominiums. And then finally, I'll mention the Roca Point Partners. Roca Point Partners, based out of Atlanta, a very experienced developer. They're currently involved in the redevelopment of downtown Pompano. In addition to the site plan, which you see here, they would take care of and want to be responsible for installing all of the infrastructure, the public spaces, the community portions of the development that they would like to be responsible for. They've got a couple of very, significant developments, particularly in the Atlanta area, that are very well respected and very well regarded developments. So with that, I'm going to turn it now back over to Leanne, who's going to talk about next steps. Leanne?
Sure. So we will, after today's meeting concludes and we receive your feedback, we will negotiate financial terms with each of the four firms. Importantly, I mentioned a little while ago, you're going to rank those proposals on February 11th. We'll negotiate a non-binding interim agreement with the top-ranked firm to be completed no later than March 18th. And importantly, behind the scenes, the city and CBRE's work group that meets weekly has engaged independent subject matter experts to make recommendations on planning, traffic and infrastructure capacity, walkability, economic and fiscal impact, environmental impact, and sustainability, so that all of those consultants will look at each of the four, at the top-ranked proposal and see how to improve them, improve it from the standpoint of those several items. The open house is February 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. It will be located at the studio, and that is the opportunity for the developer to share their plans with the community and, again, solicit that public input. And again, the city staff is working to really understand what the police department needs are, city hall square footage, the relocation of some of the athletic and recreation facilities, and that work will be ongoing in addition to the ongoing public input. And then we will, after that interim agreement is negotiated, we'll work to negotiate the final master development agreement. So that is a lot of information in the next steps, but there's a lot of good work to be done ahead.
Does that conclude?
It does.
All
Thank
right,
you.
council members, any questions? Mr. Wigler.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the detailed work and all the efforts putting this together. We really appreciate it, and so do the people. Obviously, in this due diligence phase, as we're looking at what has to happen here, there's a lot of concerns, some of which are mentioned on this slide, but some in the executive summary. Two of the proposers talk about the civic benefits and the civic infrastructure. The Roca Point partners, and of course they'll be talking about it, are estimating $330 million of infrastructure costs, and the NAMDARs are at $469 million. In your analysis, are you also looking at the costs of the city rebuilding a city hall in its current location or in that sector versus relocating a portion of the municipal services to other locations? Number one, and I know you are, but number two, financially, the next phase of this will be how do those impact the financial decisions of what's going to happen here? Because if we can lease existing space in an existing building, it could be greater benefit to the residents in terms of dollars that are not spent on new construction for city offices here. So I just want to make sure that before the decision-making process is, before moving forward, that we're really analyzing, the significant consequences of rebuilding something that we know is going to be, on average here, $600 a square foot for municipal services versus leasing something in an existing, perhaps more central municipal location in a more central part of the city.
So we have, to answer that, or to address that point, we have mapped the weighted population of the city to see where the weighted population center is to help inform those lease decisions. And yes, we are looking at both short-term and long-term lease opportunities in the market. In addition to that, we are building a separate financial model to look at just City Hall at various square footage levels. If you were to stay entirely downtown, if you were to move some of the square footage elsewhere. So that additional financial model, once we have some square footage numbers and some ranges, that will then be folded into this financial model so that we can look at the cost implications of building entirely here versus moving into lease space, knowing what those lease rates are per square foot.
In fact, Councilman, we're touring spaces tomorrow and Wednesday, so we're all over that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Likewise, when it comes to infrastructure, we've had significant discussions about infrastructure impacts that such a development can and will have, right? Can the roads handle this? What each is proposing, what would have to be done, what improvements would have to be done, traffic circles, additional lights, pedestrian bridge, et cetera. We're going to have to analyze those as well. Another concern that obviously many of us have, along with discussions I've had with Mr. Brown and others in the city, is the age of the existing infrastructure on the west side of the tracks, most of which is below ground, most of which has not been touched in 60 years or more. And as the very basic conversations that I've had with Mr. Brown have touched upon, we don't know. We don't know yet what we're going to find, but there is a significant infrastructure on that west side, and nothing has been touched in the last 60 years in many instances, especially under City Hall. So, again, it is a concern, especially of mine, that we're, somehow we start to get some engineering analysis of what's under there, and what's going to have to be replaced. And if we're doing a project of this nature, now is the time to do these things. It's not something we're going to be able to kick the can down the road anymore. So it is something I hope that our consultants and our team will look at as well.
We have a full construction team as part of our analysis, and as we get into the engineering and construction consulting part of it, we'll look at all of those elements. But remember, the developers have to go through an entitlement process.
Sure.
They'll be working closely with the city on figuring out all of those elements. But we have, a team to support that effort.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I'll ask a few. And actually, could you go back to slide 7, please? My questions are actually not on slide 7, but I thought if you put that up, give the public a little more chance to read it, because there was a lot of information there about the different proposals as the highlights as selected by the proposers. I think it's 7. Yes, thank you. If you leave it there, please. Thank you. On slide 5, we talked about attainable and affordable housing. Mr. McShay, I think you said that all 4 developers were committed to providing affordable and attainable housing, even though they haven't put in the specific numbers yet?
That is correct, to my knowledge.
What conversations have you had with them over the last couple of weeks since their initial submission on this point?
No, we've not. We've basically been analyzing what they have provided, and it's been a static point in time what they've said that they are willing to do. But what they have done, some of the developers have said that they will pay so many dollars for the market rate, so many dollars for the affordable, and we've considered that in our models.
All right, very good. Let's just take, it's a perfect segue to talk about models. The modeling, and now if you can go to page 8, please. The models here for the projections for the projected ground rent and the tax values, which we're still working on, of course, because that's a more complicated discussion, although I'm glad you have at least a threshold in there. Those are based on the numbers provided by each of the proposers, right?
That is correct.
So, and some of them had a range. Some had higher figures for per square foot for office. Others had higher figures than their competitors for dwelling units. Is that right?
That is correct.
We're not accepting any of those at face value. We're just saying those are the numbers. CBRE is still doing its own analysis?
Yes, sir, and I think that's the starting point for negotiation.
Okay, very well. And then just on this chart too, I noticed that I think really all 4 proposers, there's now a projected growth rate of 2%. I recall seeing an earlier slide or an earlier submission where it was 1.5. Everyone's now using 2.0.
We are, and the reason for that is that the CPI is variable, and we've been working with Mr. Zervis and the Chief Financial Officer, and making an assessment of what we think is a reasonable estimate for the escalation over time. And so we have decided as of this analysis that 2% is the appropriate CPI increase, and we will use that and employ that for all of the developer responses equally, so that it'll all be considered the same.
Right, and yet we're using a relatively conservative discounting rate for net present value future payments of 4.0, right?
We use that because that is typically the city's cost of capital, and that's why we use that number.
Right, so if our cost of capital were the same as inflation and we use the same rate, these numbers would be dramatically higher in terms of financial benefit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on page 12, we were talking about a transfer fee that I think I think it was Boca Raton City Center had proposed. Could you describe that a little bit more before they do?
So I hope I'm saying this correctly for the developer, but basically what I understand is that as they sell projects over time, they are proposing that the city would get a 1% transfer fee at the time of the sale. But I think that is one of those elements that we should certainly ask for clarification when they present.
Have you seen an analog for that in other proposals from other places that you've seen?
I have seen it before, but does it apply to the first sale or every sale thereafter would be one of the questions that, we need clarified. But I have seen it before.
All right, thank you. All right, further questions? All right, well, thank you all. So I know you'll stick around because we'll have more questions coming up. At this point then, we'll have actually, I do have a question for staff, please. Mr. Lukasik, we talked about, and for those watching, I know we've gotten some emails, particularly from the budding Boca Raton Softball Association. Our plan is to move all of the softball fields to other locations in the city. At the last meeting, we talked a little about this. Could you just give everyone an update if they weren't here, and an update to the council if you've got anything new on that, please?
Sure. Nothing new, because the process is still fluid. But the plan from a staff perspective and in coordination with the Beach and Park District is to try to identify locations where we can move some of the current athletic and recreational facilities. So we have every intention of replacing those softball fields, as a for instance, because they, not having the capacity that we have of those fields, as a for example, really makes it a challenge to be able to schedule those going forward and maintain leagues appropriately. So we have every intent to relocate some of those fields, some of those facilities that aren't included in any of the current proposals.
And if you, I have the numbers unless you have them there. Could you just talk a little bit about the usage just at Memorial, South and North, those fields? It's less active than I would have thought.
Yeah, I'd rely on the data you have in front of you, but to be certain, there's a relatively low enrollment in the softball program. I see it every day when I leave work. They're out there practicing and they have games, but relatively low enrollment in that league. So it can be relocated somewhere else. And in terms of tennis, again, those tennis facilities are an important component of the overall mix of recreational facilities, but could be relocated and not without dramatic challenges. Right. Now, someone might prefer to be downtown as opposed to being somewhere else. But that's not the question we're trying to answer. We're trying to answer what's the demand and can we relocate some facilities so we can accommodate that demand.
Right, and one thing that stood out to me is that the court usage at our tennis center is under 40%. At the racket center further west, it's over 50%. So we're less utilized there downtown than we are at the larger facility maintained by the Beach and Park District.
Correct.
Right, and then just for everyone, it looks like it's about 3 hours a day that the softball fields are being used over the average. So that's not. It's something significant, but something that we can certainly, I think, address as we get more fields. Further questions for staff or for CBRE before we begin the presentations? All right, well, at this point then, we'll invite our first proposer up, Boca Raton City Center. And we've scheduled this so there would be 30 minutes for a presentation and up to 30 minutes for questions. And so welcome, please give your name and address, and we're happy to see you.
Welcome. I want to thank all of you. My name is David Martin. I'm the CEO of Terra. Really appreciate and honored to be sitting here in front of you to talk about this wonderful opportunity that you all have. I'm here with a team that is a very important team, and I'm anchored by my joint venture partner, the Frisbee Group. We have Rob Frisbee, Cody Kroll here as well, who have been partners of mine in other Palm Beach County developments, but also amazing people, and I really look forward to you all getting to know them better. Terra is an organization that's done a lot in South Florida. We've been around 25 years. We try to create environments to enhance people's lives. That's an important part of what we do, and we've developed a significant amount of developments, mixed use, every asset class from hotels to retail to office to residential, and our goal with this plan, our vision with this plan was to do something that was unique to Boca. We wanted to listen to the community, listen to the stakeholders. How is this environment going to feel like for the staff of the city? How is it going to feel like for the residents that live around this? How can they connect and enjoy? How can we make this place publicly accessible and really provide a better life for everyone that lives here? And so for us, one of the biggest tasks for us was to right-size this development, to really be complementary to Meisner Park, to enhance Meisner Park and connect to it and not cannibalize it. So we're really looking forward to showing you our project here. We have a slide that shows kind of the team members that are here. We have our KPF, which is our master planning firm. We have Kimley Horn here for traffic impact and traffic planning and really trying to make this a real pedestrian walkable neighborhood. We have our landscape architects and sustainability consultants that have really been focused on this park network that we've created throughout this district. And we have several team members of our firm that have been involved with this project. So we're really excited about what we're going to show you. Going to talk a little bit about qualifications and experience just to get into that for a sec. Our firm has been focused on a lot of public-private partnerships. We've worked with building city halls in the city of Pembroke Pines, with a lifestyle center and residential retail and residential community, around 350,000 square feet of retail in that project, as well as some medical office and multifamily residential. We've basically building a transit-oriented community that we just completed in Coconut Grove on the Metro Rail station, right connected to the Underline. We're currently building an office building that we'll be completing in July in the town of Bay Harbor. It's going to be the first well-certified wellness office building that's delivered in South Florida, and we're excited about that. Part of Terra's vision has anchored around where its headquarters are, which is in Coconut Grove. We've worked with some of the most amazing design architects and planners to really create something unique and special, trying to bring and focus on the tree canopy and the green infrastructure and how that can make for an amazing walkable place. Here you have projects like Park Grove, which is a $700 million project, Grove at Grand Bay around $400 million. The Mr. C residences we just completed, around a $500 million project there, and at a distance there you have Grove Central, which is right on the transit center. We truly believe that transit-oriented communities, not developments, is what we need, and a little why we really wanted to balance our intensity and density. Here are some of the collaborations, just a very few of recent collaborations we've worked with. We're working with John George, who's an amazing Michelin star chef, building a ABC kitchen that we're doing in the design district. We're working with the major food group guys, the Cipriani family, and obviously Bjark Ingels on many projects throughout South Florida, and we just wanted to share that with you. Here's some of our park infrastructure ideas and concepts that we've built and developed. For instance, on the top left, is a park we just completed, the most resilient park in Florida. It really handles the 64-acre basin for stormwater in the neighborhood, and it's beautiful and amazing, and we really love, and our firm really loves building public infrastructure so that the entire community can enjoy it. And we're building a bridge. I heard we mentioned something about a pedestrian bridge. We're building a pedestrian bridge right now. We're under construction with Florida Department of Transportation, and we hired Danielle Beren, who's an amazing artist and really made it an art in public places object. In Coconut Grove, we funded the Regatta Park project. We built the Doral Glades project. So we love building green space and infrastructure, and we just wanted to share that with you. On that note, I'll be back to talk a little more details about the project, but I just want to introduce you to Rob Frisbee. Thank you so much.
Thanks, David.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just echoing a little bit of what David said, it is an honor to be here with all of you. We are so grateful for the council members, for all the residents, simply for considering us as your potential long-term partner in the evolution of your downtown. David just shared with you a little bit about the background of Terra Group, and I want to share with you a little bit briefly on Frisbee Group, because Terra and Frisbee, we are 50-50 partners in the proposal that we've submitted. And our two firms complement each other really nicely. And I think that collaboration between our two firms positions us uniquely to benefit the city. And so as David mentioned, or as he went through, Terra is actually the largest developer in South Florida. And juxtaposed with that is Frisbee Group. We are a family-owned and operated boutique real estate investment and development firm. We are focused on Palm Beach County, and we like to think of ourselves as a local developer. And that's because every project that we do, we want to make sure that we understand the needs and the concerns of local residents, and that we're incorporating those needs and concerns into the projects that we're designing. And of course, we've heard a lot of that feedback to date, that those concerns include overbuilding and congestion and traffic, and not losing all of the green public great outdoor space and the amenities and the athletic facilities. And how can we make sure that we incorporate and infuse all of that and mitigate those concerns into our plan? And so, again, David also mentioned this, but a big part of that is understanding how do we right-size a development? How do we balance the energy and vitality and economic drivers with a project that feels authentic to the place, so that we're not trying to recreate other cities, whether it be West Palm Beach or Fort Lauderdale or Miami, but rather doing something that feels appropriate for Boca Raton. And when we went and started to think about our proposal, before we did any design work, before we submitted anything, the first thing we did was we recognized that this is a long-term partnership, potentially based on a 99-year ground lease. And what makes a strong long-term partnership? Well, it has to be based on great values. And so we looked up the mission statement, the vision statement, and the values of the city of Boca Raton, and two really stood out to us, two values in particular, and that's trust and integrity. And so from the very beginning of our process, we wanted to make sure that we earned that trust. And so when we submitted our first proposal, we made it our priority. We invested the time, the resources. We brought together this incredible team, a lot of whom are here today, of the greatest architects, consultants, retail consultants, sustainability consultants, resilience consultants, and we came together to create transparency in our program. The last thing we want to do is have to walk something back or play hide the ball, but instead we want the city to know, we want the residents to know what we're thinking and what we would like to propose. And that's in front of you here today in this model. And that is not a developer-centric proposal. That is a City of Boca Raton-centric proposal. And I hope you can see that in the sensitivities in terms of the scale and the massing, as well as the programming, so that there is something for everyone within this project, whether it's different dining options to have kosher options or organic options, whether it's great amenities in terms of the recreation center that is multi-generational, whether it's trying to keep playing fields on the east side of the city and creating a multi-tiered racket club, but also designating the most important parts of the project to be the civic spaces and the green open spaces. And we did all of that and we're about 1 million square feet less in total square footage than some of our competitors, and almost 100 feet less in total height. Yet we were still able to bring forward an economic plan, a annual lease payment on that 99-year ground lease that's commensurate with these other plans that are much more intense and much more dense. And again, we look at that as creating that level of trust and integrity in our plan, where we put our best foot forward from the very beginning, because we want to make sure that the city knows that we believe that the city should get exactly what their ground is worth, as well as a plan that is in the best interest of the community. And so with that, I want to introduce one of our other partners, Rodney Moss, who is an expert in infrastructure development. His company has helped to develop public-private partnerships around the country to the tune of over $100 billion. And so a lot of why we're talking about this financial strength is so that you know that our team has not only the creative energies to envision a project with the council members and the staff and the residents, but also the capability to bring that vision to life. And so Rodney's going to come and say a few words.
Senior Vice President with Hunt Companies, leading the P3 practice across the country. Hunt's core purpose and mission is to solve complex infrastructure problems for government. We consider it our privilege to find better outcomes for taxpayers by taking on risk of development, construction, completion, and life cycle risk that traditionally has resided on government balance sheet. Stewardship of taxpayer dollars is not a means to an end for us. It is our entire focus. And we were added to the team after the original unsolicited came in, because I think this world-class team realized that we had a little bit of a differentiated skill set around financing and operating some of these assets that are contemplated for this project in a way that would add a lot of value and maybe accelerate them and give more cost and schedule certainty because they are the critical path to getting this thing going vertically. For us, public trust is sacred. Demonstrating competition and the business case for everything we do as an extension of staff is imperative. And as David said, we've done $100 billion of critical infrastructure in our company. We have $50 billion of infrastructure assets under management. We've planned and programmed over 300 million square feet of public space. We are particularly focused on these downtown transformational projects with placemaking and sustainable investment in economic development through infrastructure, including district energy plants, which is contemplated in the proposal, and next level parks and assembly space. The new police headquarters was optioned in the offering memorandum. We would consider it an honor to be a part of that. We think that our affiliate company, Moss and Associates, who's delivering the Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood police buildings, would add a ton of cost and schedule certainty for that. Thank you.
And I know we're on the clock, so we're going to try to get through what we think is the most exciting part of our proposal, and that's this creative palette on which we believe that we can come together to work with the city and all the residents to re-envision or to envision the evolution of the downtown. And to walk us through that, I want to introduce KPF, Cone Peterson Fox, who's widely considered one of the greatest design firms in the world. And when we got together with KPF and started to talk about this project, we explained to them very clearly that Frisbee and Terra, we are not the client. The client here is the city of Boca Raton and all of its residents. And that really generated this great creative session where we all came together to understand that the project needs to be based around the green open spaces, and that needs to be the priority, as well as the civic buildings and the amenities for the public. And so what you see in front of you is a project that is only 10 stories in height. That, to answer CBRE's question, that includes the garage. So total is 10 stories, and very sensitive again around the perimeters where we drop to 3 stories when abutting single-family residential neighborhoods. And so with that, here's KPF.
Hello, pleasure to be here. I can see if I can move the slides forward here a little bit. Regarding the overall vision, I think one of the things that's been absolutely amazing about taking on this design problem is how committed everyone has been to really growing the community as it stands today into something much, much better going forward. And that's looking at everything that's been created in the past, whether it be traditional architecture or modern architecture. But what we have seen throughout the city, and I have to say it's just absolutely romantic, and sometimes when you move around the city and you see the canopy of trees that you have here and how that plays a big part in your community. And to build on that and to grow that has been a real journey for us in the design process. So when we went to create, which we think is going to be a real signature place, we thought that it was really important to create a green space. The American green has really been the foundation of building communities across our country. And it is the thing that lasts the longest. It's the thing that people remember for all generations to come, and it's what they come back to. And that is really the armature that we saw as being seminal to the creation of this environment for you. And so what you see here in the overall master plan is a very careful network of green spaces that create blocks and create sidewalks and create streets where people come together and meet. There's a wonderful movement from large-scale parks to small-scale parks, from intimate streets to grand boulevards. There is something here for every moment, for every generation, and for every mood that one might have. There's also places to have a wonderful meal. There's a wonderful roofscape that links and cascades down so that the single family houses that are around us feel like they're part of the overall density that we're bringing in. And this is, in many ways, right-sized in our minds because we can build from the green of Meisner coming over, linking it into our public green, which is the heart of what's at the center of our community, and then expand it out, and then we see future potential for growth beyond what we're creating today in the master plan. So at center stage is really the City Hall. There's two parts to it, the City Hall and the Community Center are public greens that create the urban heart of what we created. It is a landscape on one side on City Hall. It's more improvisational. It's open. The idea that you would have events that would happen here and it would change throughout the year. The City Hall is a precinct that is open to the community and fully transparent. As you move across the street, the boulevard, what you get is the community center, which is a kind of a network of really wonderful spaces where the community interacts with each other. The begin of play happens here. There's a water feature, which is both beautiful and part of our water management system, the sustainability system that's throughout. You see the wonderful canopy of trees. You're engaged with the historic banyan trees, all kind of coming together to mark what has been previously a great community and will continue to grow. As you move to the south, that park begins to slip into what is a little bit more of a residential urban block, but it is filled with playgrounds, and it has an arcade that runs north to south, where we have the Racket Sports and Activity Center that really allows the activities of the city to permeate throughout the whole master plan. The sense of place is captured in intimate, quiet spaces. Sometimes it's captured in the more bustling boulevards. In the evening, in the morning, there is something for everyone, and there's a time and a place to be. I've been working with Olin. Jessica is here with me, and she can answer any questions, but Olin has brought they're absolutely stellar landscape architects throughout our country. They've had so many offerings that they have brought to renovating and increasing the quality of life in urban spaces. They have been very aggressive with trying to get diversity, looking at the history of the planting that's here, making sure that there is the color and the changing that will really enhance the community. As we move from the community center over to the garden public park and activities, we can see a bicycle cafe and a running club really becoming the hinge-pin of not only the growth within the urban environment, but the extension socially to an extended environment. Here, just really advocating for a city that has variety of scale. We have the Grand Boulevard. It's a bustling street, it's active street, but we also have very intimate streets, which we call the Muse, which are more pedestrian-centric, more intimate in their nature, more quiet. Again, I think it's been mentioned a few times here, very, very sensitive to right sizing, to get the urban growth from a single-family house to move through garden apartments, to create spaces and places that are changing in scale, that build and build up to a much denser boulevard space, 10 stories at the center, that becomes the main armature moving south to north, that brings the community together. This pedestrian-friendly connection plan, which we have, really talks about how all of the different pieces within the ensemble work together. Front doors are in the right place to create a network of walking spaces and intimacy within the overall master plan that makes sure it's safe and protected and comfortable, completely covered by a canopy of trees or an arcade as you move around the city. A huge feature for us is the creation of 18 individual park-like experiences throughout the master plan. It's a quiet space in one hand, it's a covered canopy of trees, it's an urban park with a playground, it's a civic room with event spaces that could hold concerts, it could have festivities, it celebrates each season. And then Olin, as Jessica has put in a lot of effort here, to create a really heart that is loved in terms of green space and really kind of brings together almost a campus-like feel as well as an urban center. That there's wonderful food and different scales as it moves through the community. Sometimes it's a grab and go, sometimes it's a more selective sit-down meal. And then next to get through is the sustainability. I'd leave you with 4 key elements to our sustainability program. One is that it's wellness-oriented and transit-oriented, and that the connection and movement through the city is important. That it is a water management system, that it's decarbonizing. We're looking at wonderful ways to keep the carbon footprint very low or non-existent, if we can. And the canopy of trees provides for a lot of green goals. The idea of sustainability and the idea of wellness and being are not thought of as 2 separate entities, but one that's folded together, hinged together, and overlap in the most profound way. The program overall builds up from that sustainability with the bike network, but it has an urban footprint and lots and so forth that bring us to a fairly robust program that we believe is right-sized and that can be the catalyst for growth throughout the extended community. With that, thank you. David.
Thank you so much, Hugh. We're running short on time, so I want to dive into the financials of this project. I think CBRE, is accurate as it relates to the analysis of the taxes for this development have a lot to do with the assessed values that the property appraiser is going to have. But I think there's something that we need to really focus on because not only are we, a significant, lower height than some of our proposals, and also less intense from a traffic impact standpoint, infrastructure standpoint. But our contracted rent right now is approximately around $4 million a year. But under the percentage rent proposal, under our underwriting, it's around $5 million a year. So that's something important in that we're guaranteeing the city a minimum guaranteed rent, but we're also offering the opportunity to be able to grow that rent as the asset continues. And there's a series of additional financial benefits that we provided in our proposal. But I think this is just a quick slide to summarize what those those contracted rents are. And then as it relates to the tax increment, not only is this project going to be generating approximately $4.5 million a year to the city of Boca, but it's also going to be delivering that to the CRA. And over the life of the project, I would say through 2042, that's an additional $100 million to the CRA. And through the life of the proposal, that's around $544 million of incremental tax revenue. So when we look at that, and we also should think that not only is the city of Boca getting tax revenues here, but also the county and also the school board and the school district, and those are also significant dollars on an annual basis. So wanted to highlight that, focus on the permanent job creation that we created, as well as some of the construction jobs. This is a slide that we could talk more in detail about in Q&A, but the overall nexus here is we have a 3-phase project. Our project, give or take, is going to cost around $1 billion. Hard costs, soft costs, all the contributions to the city that we're proposing. And we're financing this capital stack under normal debt to equity ratios, anywhere between 50 to 65% loan to cost. And we're using underwriting of today's time. We probably have the most active construction going on in South Florida today. We have real numbers on construction costs, real numbers on rents, real numbers on absorption and the migration that we've been seeing. So we've really looked at this over this 9-10 year life cycle of this project to really be able to predict based on real information and data of what we're currently building to date. And here we talk a little bit about the project summary. Kind of each phase kind of goes through the schedule, goes through some of the different economics, and we could ask any questions specific to these slides can continue. And this, I think, is an important slide which talks about the project schedule. When is the city hall going to be developed? When are we going to be COing each building, each phase, and each component of this project? So extremely excited about this opportunity, guys. We have a short video that we're going to be sharing with you now. Thank you so much.
They're going to do it.
This master plan is going to provide a bold vision for what the future identity of downtown Boca Raton will be. This vibrant commercial village has a strong residential base for a thriving workplace environment, a thriving residential community, and a significant portion of the entire plan is dedicated to public use and public access.
And our vision is all about right-sizing the design so that we create the vitality and energy, but that it still fits into this authentic sense of Boca Raton. I think that one of the hallmarks of our plan is that 70% of the project remains open to the public. We are enhancing and augmenting the public realm, and we're doing that through a collection of 18 unique public spaces.
Embrace the Bright Line and embrace all the cultural facilities and artistic vision and cultural vision of Boca Raton. And we want to do that with amazing parks, amazing architecture, amazing art in public places.
It's important to know that you're partnering with someone who has the track record and the financial resources to support that vision. And I think that's so important in the Terra and Frisbee Group proposal, because between Terra and Frisbee Group, we bring together these two great firms. Terra, who's one of the largest in the state of Florida, with Frisbee Group, who's this hyper-local, very boutique firm, bringing together the quantitative and the qualitative sides of the business into one partnership.
David and Terra did some pretty significant projects in the city of Miami Beach when I was mayor. They built a pretty substantial condominium, but next to it built a beautiful park and an overpass to make it more pedestrian friendly in the community.
So Frisbee Group, we prioritize our communities.
They take a very holistic approach to investing in a community. They're not a developer that's just looking to build buildings and flip it and get out and take the money and run.
They don't cut corners. They thought of every single detail, and it was an absolute pleasure working with them.
This idea is going to connect Boca Raton and bring it to its next generation.
Creating an energy center and an economic driver that's going to really benefit the community. Every decision that we're making needs to be based on resiliency and sustainability. We can't be trying to recreate West Palm Beach or Fort Lauderdale or Miami or parts of Manhattan. We need to do something that's authentic to the place.
And make Boca Raton really a forward leader across the country for concepts like sustainability, resiliency, and innovation. We look forward to being that partner for Boca Raton to fulfill its vision and make this a model for the entire country.
So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, staff, and thank you all for being here today. I think it's a challenge when you think about something like this, but as we look at this for the future, this is a historic opportunity, and we congratulate all of you for spending all this time, and we look forward to being your partner. I think a few other points. We have friendships with the Bright Line. We've put a few key properties under contract that I think will end up being differentiating principles. We know the MSD team and the new ownership of the Boca Raton. And we're here for any of you today and in the future to answer any questions. We want to be an open book, and we really appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. Council members who would like to begin with questions. Deputy Mayor Drucker.
Just want a quick clarification. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for everyone that's here today. A big day for our city. Question on the first to CBRE, because I just want a clarification on page 7, and we don't need to put it up. You don't have listed dog park, but when they were going through the presentation on their page 52, they mentioned a dog park. I just want to make sure, because we're comparing apples to apples, and there's so much details, and I can speak for myself, we've been reading the books and we've been going through, we're getting new data every day. So I want to make sure as we continue through our process of elimination that we have the most accurate and up-to-date information. So is there a dog park? Just to make sure, so we add it to our comparison chart.
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. Yes. Just a point of clarification. Just wanted to put that in there for right now. That's my first question, and I'll yield.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Nacklis.
Sure, I'll start with the one question about the height was my question, and that was when I was looking at Phase 2, Lot 3B, it says 8 stories of residential, over 4 stories of garage. Is that accurate, or is it?
It is accurate, but what we have is liner units on the garage. So on the streetscape, you will have a 10-story project, but the parking levels is a 4-story garage. So it's basically a 10-story building with a 4-story garage right connected to it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the height, maximum height is 10 stories?
Maximum height is 10 stories, yes, ma'am.
If I can clarify.
Use the microphone, please.
Sorry, if I can clarify, it'll read like 8 over 1 story of retail, but the retail is like 2 stories tall. And then behind that is the parking garage. And so most of the parking garages are completely veiled as much as possible.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. And I do want to thank all of you in all of our discussions that we had. When we could speak, you all really did listen when I talked about parks and when I talked about height and range of housing. You incorporated almost everything that I asked for, the bike lanes, make it walkable, right size. Rob, you kept saying that. The sustainability, I can't wait to hear Councilmember Wigder's comments on that. And all the green space, of course. You prioritize the quality of life, and you've shown that to us. And I hope that you get to see and hear the concerns and thoughts from all of the residents, because there have been quite a bit. We've got a document from Mr. Lukasik today that, so are those being shared with them? The comments that are being made from the public?
They haven't been to date.
Okay.
But they will be.
Okay. I'd just like them to know the concerns of the residents, and maybe there's some answers that they can give. That is, let's see. That's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I did have one more question. On the workforce housing, and you can correct me if I did not get this correct. You talked about a 15-year term for affordable housing, and here in the city, in our affordable housing district that we just created, we have a 30-year term. So I'd like to see 30 years over 15 years. Thank you.
Questions? Mr. Wigner.
Thank you. Again, thank you very much for the time, the investment, the considerable investment that you've made, even to get to this point in our city. I certainly appreciate that this is an unbelievable amount of resources that you spent, because you believe that that the city is ripe, and that this sector of the city, the other side of the tracks, as I say, is ripe for these things. I've been going through the plans in detail since our initial conversations. I echo Ms. Nocklis's comments that on some of the things that I've been talking about for a long time, on the things that the residents have been talking to me personally about. I do feel that your plan does indicate those things, as you said, Rob. It really does. I'm looking at this, at your big submission. I just obviously I appreciated that you talked about right sizing the development many times, creating this sense of place. And, pursuant to our original discussions, that it has to be connected. It's got to fit into the fabric of the community. And certainly it's not just, quote, a bunch of buildings or something like that. As you're aware, LEED certification is something that, developers strive to achieve to make sure buildings are sustainable. But there's also a designation for LEED certification for neighborhoods. And I'm hopeful, and my first question to you is, are you willing to consider that this should be a LEED certified neighborhood, and do the required, due diligence, which requires, just so people know, there's an independent analysis, not just from us, and not just from our staff, and not just from the consultants. There's then an independent analysis by professionals to certify that this would be a LEED certified neighborhood. Are you willing to commit to that for our city?
Absolutely, and I think that would be one of our core priorities. We want this project to be all about health and wellness, and that is in the landscape, it's in the amenities, it's in the certifications. We don't want to have, we want to have the entire project be native landscaping so that you don't have to spray pesticides. We want the food and beverage to have healthy organic options without seed oils. Every step, every decision that we make, we want it to be about physical health, mental health. How do we make this a vibrant center that is really going to help people for generations to come?
Thank you.
And thank you for asking that question. It makes me really excited. My company and we worked on the very first LEED Platinum ever certified district in New York City. And since then, and that was almost 20 years ago, we have helped developers, communities, students, professionals realize how helpful that framework is for really opening the book and sharing the design and construction in a way that's verified by that third-party review. Thank you.
Could you just share your name, please?
I'm Shanta Tucker from Atelier 10.
Thank you.
Thank you. A few more questions. There are so many questions. There's so much due diligence in a project of this nature. We won't be able to talk about them all today. For me, they go into what I've been thinking about. They go into 4 different buckets, let's say. One is the plan. Obviously, you've talked about this, how you came up with this program. But to the first one, why this program? Why this level of density? As you can see, some of the other people have different visions about what they think is right sized here. So can you just explain briefly why you think this level of residential is appropriate? Why do you think this level of office? A little bit about the specifics of why you think this level of density is appropriate for this district.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's such an important question. So when we started the design process with KPF and all of our great consultants, we realized that we needed to start first by identifying the great green open spaces and the civic spaces, and that had to be the priority. And from there, we could then define the density that would fill into those green open spaces. At the same time, we knew that for this project to truly be successful, it needs to integrate with the surrounding community, not cannibalize the surrounding community. So we reached out to office leasing brokers and the Business Development Bureau, and we did our own supply and demand analysis to understand what would be a synergistic amount of supply across all of those asset classes that you mentioned, residential, office, retail. And we knew that we wanted to create that critical mass, that energy center that would have something for everyone, but at the same time, we needed to balance that with not overbuilding, so that we're not adding too much density, too much traffic and congestion, and so that, again, we're being complementary to the surrounding neighborhoods.
Thank you. With respect to that, I don't know which slide it is, and you don't need to turn to it, but one of the things that I've often heard from people when development is coming is that their community retail, that the strict community retail, I don't know, the laundromat, the little pizza shop, you know, those little shops, that those aren't lost to some fancy brand name, you know, or something like that. And so I think there could be there could be this thought like, oh, this is going to be this beautiful, fancy, place or something like that, and it'll only be for rich people or something like that. But I saw a slide in there where you had a diversification of boxes, of box sizes, where you had small businesses and whatnot. And so, I just want to make sure that, we understand you, that there'll be a commitment to small businesses. Can there be some sort of space for startups or something? Can there be some sort of space for startup artists that I know is important to a lot of people here, or something like that, that it shouldn't be just, just a bunch of big, a big box, big businesses, big lease, because we have a lot of that too. And if it loses that community center retail, like just going to get a bagel or something, then, I think it's a really important consideration to the community.
Yeah, and we couldn't agree with you more. When we look at, and we spend a lot of time with our retail consultant in understanding the importance of that diversity, and that the majority of that retail needs to truly be community-serving retail. And it actually is a benefit to everything in the project, because when you have a thriving retail center that has something for everyone, that has your everyday shopping, not just your once a year jewelry store, when you have that every day, it creates that energy center that supports the rest of the project. So the sizes of the retail, the different types of offering, we have a Main Street corridor along 2nd Avenue that will have a different feel than the pedestrian-only perpendicular streets that come off to the east and to the west, that will be more experiential. And that diversity is not only in the different types of retail offerings, but within each type itself. So within the food and beverage, for example, we want to have really healthy options. We want to have the kosher options. options. We want to have the organic options, but we also want to have the energy options, the fun, the exciting options, so that, again, this feels like a 24/7 live, work, play environment.
And just to note real quick, we don't see this as a Frisbee Terra KPF plan. We see this as our plan. We think we really listened a lot to the plan. We've also, one of the sites was the color graphic site, and we sat there with the families who've been here for generations, and we tried to understand what is valuable to them, what's valuable for the next generation. One of the things that we're really excited about is the rec center. In Palm Beach, the rec center brings families together, it brings the community together, and it brings people together. I think in terms of the people we've talked to Dr. Corsa, we've talked to BioStation, we've talked to places that are here, and we've said, how do we expand? How do we help you? How do we think about the future? And I think all those conversations from retail across the board to health and wellness have been incredibly eye-opening, and we're going to continue to do that as we work with you in this overall partnership.
No, I appreciate that. And thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, I thought the indoor rec center was great. As I've noticed often in the city that obviously most of our recreation simply has to close down when it rains. We don't have a lot of indoor stuff. There's some things at Sugar Sand Park. We're building our first covered, with the Beach and Parks District, covered pickleball, and there'll be another one at Boca Raton, a covered racket facility. So there is not a lot of covered indoor rec space, especially east. So this could certainly, at least this proposal could certainly be an addition to that. Again, I'm going to have a whole list of questions I'll submit to the staff to submit to you now that after we've had a chance to kind of digest this a little, that we'll share afterwards. But in terms of the financial qualifications necessary, obviously the 255 statute, is very specific about that. We've had instances in this city where projects have been approved but have not been completed in a timely manner, let's say, or some that have been approved and the approval itself has been flipped again, and those types of things, things that I'm very, that really trouble me, that I'm really not in favor of in this instance, because I think the idea here for you or for anyone else who's chosen is that, if we're choosing who we're going to partner with, the intent, financial and otherwise, is that those parties are able to fulfill the commitments that are being promised to the residents here. And certainly I did appreciate you putting the transfer fee, from New York, we call it the flip tax that you're familiar with. And so I've seen that model in New York significantly, even that it escalates to disincentivize flipping. So I hope that could be something that's considered in the negotiation process. But I guess in terms of a traditional debt to equity model, can you explain for a project of this nature briefly, and again, summarily, what assurances you could give the city that you have the financial capability to do this? Number one, interest rates are still pretty high. Construction money's it's a little pricey right now, and so in terms of a sensitivity analysis of, hey, if rates go up a little, then we might have to put in a little more equity. The public's going to need those assurances as well. So, please talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Great questions, and thank you for those comments. A few things. Over the last 18 months, 24 months, we've seen interest rates rise significantly. Our firm has been getting construction loans, getting perm financing on all our developments and all our projects. Just around 2 months ago, we probably closed around 4 different loan transactions with various lenders, and a lot of them were permanent loans or construction loans for assets like this, multifamily, for sale residential, retail shopping center. One of them was a 350,000 square foot shopping center we just financed. So the financial markets are there. The goal is that your yield on cost and your unlevered yield on cost needs to be higher in order to be able to absorb that. And so we took that into account when we were underwriting what our construction costs were going to be for our 10-story construction, what amount of public infrastructure we needed to assume for site enabling, utilities, water, sewer, paving and drainage, stormwater. All those components we're actively building in South Florida. In some environments, we're building 50-acre master plans. Some we're building 1-acre, 2-acre sites on the ocean. But overall, we have a very diverse pipeline, a diverse project base, and our firm and Frisbee's are committed to seeing this project through to completion. We both raise our families here, our companies are here, and we hope to be working in your community for decades to come. And just quick note, we are the new partners for the Boca Raton Innovation Campus, so we have a very good color on the office market as well. There's around 1.7 million square feet of office there, and we're really doing an amazing lifestyle village there. So in a way, studying kind of the ecosystem of Boca Raton to really understand what's the absorption. You could propose 8,000 units or something like that, but will they, absorb in the time frame that's realistic and predictable? We could propose 1 million square feet of office, but how much spec office construction are you really going to get financed today? And so, you really wanted, we wanted to balance absorption, construction costs, interest rates into our underwriting model, and this is where we found this delicate balance of what the community wanted, and then what really fit the current financial underwriting requirements of today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'll reserve my comments.
All right,
for
thank
the
you.
questions. Thank you.
Mr. Drucker? Mr. Thompson? Okay, still, Ms. Drucker.
So thank you. So I just want to be sensitive because we're on a time crunch and I want all our members on the council to be able to provide feedback. So real quick, a couple of things that stood out with this project. Obviously, we've had discussions before the Cone of Silence took, and some of the things that I kind of really, or I find really good about the project is I've sat up here and said, if you don't know Boca Raton, I don't want to work with you personally because I love the city and I'm pretty direct in what I was looking for in partners. And some of the things that even were said today, the client is Boca Raton, authentic Boca Raton, trust and integrity. You looked up our vision and mission statement, and appropriate for Boca Raton. So 10-story building, 4-story garage. Thank you for that explanation because visually sometimes you can't see it even when you're viewing it. But one of the things that I really think that you take into account is I've been a transit champion up here on the council with a lot of the efforts that I've done, and the whole council, truthfully, has come behind these efforts for our community, right, and our people and getting people to move around. But one of the things that I really also enjoyed from reading the big book here was a lot about the wellness. So the new movement, right, is going from so much as walking city, but now how are we going to make people healthier? And if you follow any of the trailblazers that are out there, and actually next Thursday I'll be participating up in Palm Beach, not this week, next week, on a walking tour, but also that includes kind of the wellness and the health part of it for the blue, green kind of lifestyle living. So a smart city, what they're calling more of a smart city versus a walking city. So you're taking into account that. So that's kind of exciting for someone like me that follows the trends. I'm a visionary. I like to see the future. A lot of the things that I've seen here are being done already in other areas. So these are new things that are coming to us. So that was important for me. What's your vision? What is a vision years to come for my children and my children's children's? And I'm trying to run through this. I like that you pointed out 1 million square feet less than the proposals. 100 feet less than the height. Again, I know our community. I know our community doesn't like intensity and density. I've been getting calls about a project we approved last week on the rails, which had intensity and density, an area where it belongs. So I understand that. So thank you for listening to us about that as well. And like Ms. Nakla said and Mr. Wigder said, a lot of the things that we gave you feedback are in the plan. And most importantly to the folks out there that have approached me throughout, because we've been in the community a lot the last few days, about the green space. There's a ton of green space in this project. It's really important to all of us. And that was something that I also like from this proposal. Let me see, what else did I write here? the 24/7, things for everyone that we've already discussed, something for everyone. And then I took a little bit of time, and of course, this project scale that we just got today, the phases, and looking kind of reasonable, and I haven't really dissected this part of it, because what Mr. Wigger alluded to, we've had projects that have come before us or not before us, and they have failed, and they're still in the works. And it's really important for someone like me that that downtown project comes to fruition, and that the dates are reasonable, and that the financials are there to back it up, so we can have a finished product for our community. So that is going to be really important for whoever we do the dance with, to quote Mr. Thompson. It's going to be really important to have both of those elements. So thank you.
All right. I have some questions, please. Could you go back to your slide deck about 4 from the back? You had the timeline up there, and you said you didn't want to talk about it. You didn't want to use up too much time, but I would like to talk about your timeline there, please.
Mayor, I'm pushing the button. I'm not able to go back.
That's fine.
There
you go. Well, you made it smaller, so that's some progress. There we go.
There we go. Thank you.
Well done, whoever did that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. This was the dollars. Could you go to, I think it's a slide around here that had the timing. There we go. That was it. Boom. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Let's talk about phase 1 schedule, though. Really, in terms of, you've built in a healthy amount of time, and we would look to, move quickly. We know a lot of this is contingent upon approvals. Just talk about where you're really from site plan approval to construction on the city facilities, what you really think the time is, just that segment.
I think it really starts today, right? Because when we really think about, how you move these projects forward efficiently, we have to make all the decisions for the user as soon as possible. Where offices are going to be, where, conference facilities are going to be. All these decisions for that city hall need to be made for that schematic design. And then from there, we would have to go engineer it. Typically, the engineering will take around 6 to 9 months, and then we'll go submit for building permit. But there's 2 types of permits that we're looking at here. One is obviously our building permit, but another one's our site work permit. And in our experience, we like to move those 2 together at the same time so we could accelerate and start all the utility work, stormwater work up, earlier than by the time we actually get our building permit. So Mayor, I would say from site plan approval, our goal would be to be able to be under construction on site work 15 to 18 months from site plan approval. That would be our target. But again, a lot of it has to do with, from a city hall perspective, that all the decisions need to be made so that the schematic design gets frozen and the civil engineering can freeze, so then you could really run with the engineering.
Okay. Oh, please, go ahead.
I would also say it's really important to be a teammate, right? So we're vertically integrated as well. Tara's vertically integrated. We have a lot of back of the house where we can help you. So as we're going through this process, I think a lot of the work is going to be how do we work together and how do we expedite a lot of these decisions, which will help to do. And I think KPF, in terms of one of the things that stands out to us, is that everything we've showed you is buildable. So are we confident that we can deliver this? Yes. We've seen other plans that work with architects that when you get to a certain portion, you can't deliver upon it. So we're very confident we can deliver upon this, and we think we can expedite this with your help.
All right, thank you. I just want to confirm, CBRE made mention that you had the Boca Color graphics site under contract. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Talk to me, if you would, to share with the public more about your thinking about the sizing, the relative sizing between the different units, the retail, the hospitality, the office, and the residential.
Yeah, great. So there's a couple different trains of thought that go into that diversification between those different uses. And the first is that we want this plan at its core to have a really strong residential base. And I think that goes back to some early planning 101, where if you have a great residential base, you have people walking throughout the district. Again, a healthier lifestyle. It feels more connected, more energetic in the downtown. But you also have a greater safety. You have eyes on the street. You have an area that feels more welcoming and inviting. And then after creating that residential base, to infuse into that all of the necessary amenities that really make that place feel like a wonderful extension of the greater city. And that includes finding the right amount of retail and office and hotel, and making sure, again, that we're not cannibalizing other districts, other commercial developments or residential communities within the city. And that's where we spend a lot of time doing those supply and demand analyses. And as David said, from a buildability standpoint, we need to feel really comfortable that what we're building, it will be successful, so that we can build it. And I think if you start to propose too much additional square footage outside of what we've proposed in terms of office or retail, then a lot of that becomes on speculation, and it becomes increasingly more difficult to get out of the ground. So again, in summary, we did this to create a really strong residential base, to create a walkable, healthy neighborhood, and then infused into that a critical mass of retail, office, and hotel to make this a vibrant energy center, and of course integrating it into the Bright Line.
All right, thank you. Could you talk a little bit about your affordable housing component? What are you planning in terms of percentage? Why the 15 years? And would you make affordable housing available through either lease agreements or covenants to city employees, such as firefighters or police officers?
I think, number one, making it available to first responders is incredibly exciting to us. So we would love to do that, as well as to city employees, and for the ability for that workforce to be able to live on site and, again, walk to for their commute. In terms of the percentage of that mixed income component, we think that a thriving community needs to be mixed use, and it needs to be mixed income. Finding that perfect balance is all about a conversation, learning more of the needs from all of you and from the residents. And so instead of us putting a dictate on that, we're saying that whatever that ends up needing to be, we want to make it. And that kind of goes back to some of the other questions that we've received today. I think if there's one thing I hope you take away from this, is that if there's something important to the city of Boca Raton, we're going to say yes. Because that, to us, is how you create a great partnership, and that's the only way to make this a success over the 99 years.
Any other questions by council members? Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I just to follow up on that last point, I think I know what the answer is, but it's important that the residents hear it. And first, let me say it's obvious that you all were very thoughtful about what you were proposing in terms of scale, intensity, density, mix of uses, what proportion is which. But I think the core question that I have is something you were just mentioning just a moment ago, Rob, which was, can you confirm for us and for the residents that if you were to be ranked at the top and you were to go on to the next phase and we would begin negotiations, that you all would be flexible with us in regards to what kind of plan, thoughtful though you have already been and proposed, that you would be flexible with us to make sure that we find that you all put together something that the city needs in terms of its space, the city government itself needs, and something that's also consistent with what the community's expectations are. Can you guys confirm that?
You have our commitment.
Thank you.
Other questions, Ms. Nicholas?
I was just going to comment, and you can take 1 minute just to give me an answer so everyone can hear it, because one of the big concerns for all of the proposals is traffic. And we've gotten a lot of questions and comments about that. And I see that you're about 600 spaces over the required amount. However, you have this huge focus on quality of life and health and wellness. And in looking through some of the plans I see, I'd just like you to expand a little bit more on your pedestrianism and how you are less car focused and more on pedestrianism, micromobility, bicycles. One thing I would like to point out, if I could have it on my wish list, is there are 4-foot bicycle lanes. I would like those made a little wider, and I see that you also have them protected, which I do like. I know we have some bicycle people in the audience today. So can you just talk a little bit more about less car-centric and more on the other mobility?
Absolutely. And so prioritizing the pedestrian experience, it has been one of the key attributes of this design process. And you mentioned several of them, but of course, making those bike lanes wider, absolutely. But it was important to us that they were also protected from vehicular traffic. It was also really important to us that all of the sidewalks have adequate shade, both from large native tree canopies as well as from the design of the physical infrastructure throughout the project. So we've created a walking loop that connects all of the 18 unique public spaces throughout the entire site with shaded pathways that encourage the pedestrian, encourage walkability, bikeability. We even zoomed out and looked at how we can connect into other bike paths throughout the rest of the city, how we can connect east across the tracks, and how we also create all of the infrastructure within the property to, again, encourage people to be able to, everything that they need is on site. So again, you can walk and experience all of that on site. And in terms of traffic, I also want to say that, again, when we're thinking about a 99-year project, things evolve over time. And we've identified in the northwest corner of the site a surface parking area that today is parking. But in the future, we think it would be a great location for expanded green space. So hopefully, if technology allows us, if driverless cars allow us, where we don't need as much parking, now we have this incredible opportunity to very quickly turn that into additional green open space.
And just, I agree with everything he said, but just one more thing. We deal with this challenge a lot. We want to promote ridership, and at the same time, a lot of planners that we work with are right, no, don't build any parking, right? And so we want to be sensitive to that transition. So we always try to park our garages on flat surfaces so they are adaptable to new program. So I think that's one thing that's important. We don't want to create not enough parking that then it creates some pressure on the neighboring areas. We are providing ample parking, but at the same time it is adaptable and convertible for an adaptive reuse. Thank you.
And we have been taking best practices from around the world. So when you look at places like Barcelona or Spain and you look at the ability to drive on the main thoroughfares, but then when you get into the retail and food and beverage, you're walking. So you're prioritizing the pedestrian. When you talk about the sidewalks, you see that if you elevate them and add a little bit of green space to the perimeter, you feel safer and you feel as though you're away from the cars. In terms of the parking garages, we've studied and looked through the best practices of robotic parking, where as you start to drive into these, you have efficient parking spaces so that in the future, in the event that smart cars or driverless cars or these types of things, you can repurpose this. So we've tried to future-proof the plan as much as possible, and instead of prioritizing the automobile on the interior of the retail and food and beverage, we're prioritizing the safety and security of the humans.
Thank you. Any last questions? I'll just give you have 1 minute more if there's anything else you want to wrap up with. Was there anything you'd like to add in the next minute?
Yeah, sure. I'll just end with something that David said to all of us in a meeting, and he's been through a lot of public-private partnerships, and he said that developing public land is not a right; it's a privilege. And we've looked at it as such through this entire process. And again, I just want to reiterate what an honor it is to be here with all of you. If we're selected, as David mentioned, you're talking to the three principals of our firms. We're raising our families here. We want to be here for the rest of our lives. So as long as we are alive over these 99 years, we want to be working with you. We want to be the best partners that we can be. We want to put this community forward because at the end of the day, we want everyone to be proud of this project. We want to be proud of this project. We want our kids to be proud of this project. But most importantly, we want the residents of Boca Raton to be proud of this project.
Boca Raton has been one of the greatest cities in the country, and we think that the world is changing and adapting and evolving so rapidly. We're all young, you're all young, and what we're going to do in the next 50, 100 years, and we look back at this moment in time, we all want to be proud that we've delivered to this community one of the most thoughtful, advanced, incredibly connected, pedestrian-friendly, sustainable, resilient. We didn't talk a lot about resilience, but we want this project to be one of the most incredible projects in the entire country. So thank you.
Last note, just thank you all for your time today. Again, honored to be here. This has really been a great process going through this. And just to note Councilman Thompson's point about dance partner, I think the dance partner is important, but also there's a music to Boca Raton, right? And so for us, we wanted to express and detail what, what we hear from you all. And so we really appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, thank you. And then finally, I presume, can you just confirm, you've made this model for us. Are you willing to leave it here for the city for us to store?
Yes, sir. We're going to bring it out because there's other presentations, but we're going to leave it at the city of Boca Raton to store.
That's fine. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, I suggest we take a 5-minute recess. That'll also give them time to clear the model, and then we'll resume. So without objection, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are resuming our workshop meeting at 2:29. It is still January 27th, 2025. Our next presenter will be NAMDAR Group, so we'd like to welcome them to the lectern. They'll have up to 32 minutes. We're going to give every group the same amount of time, so we had 2 more for the first presenter. We'll up to 32 for you. Let's keep it to 32, please. Please come forward, give us your name and address, and welcome.
Hi, thank you guys. My name is Efi Namdar. First of all, thank you, City Council members, local community members, CBRE for this opportunity. We are excited to present our proposed vision for downtown Boca. We are a small family operation, real estate group. We're based out of Great Neck, New York. We're a Persian Jewish family who's come from Iran in 1979. We are what they call a mass transit developers. We didn't start that way. We started actually in the diamond business, where we were partners with De Beers on the Forever Mark diamond for the US, one of very few. That's really a trust business down there. And we grew into the real estate field, where our focus is mass transit development. And mass transit comes really once in a lifetime, and it's how we build around it that will define our future generations and generations to come. I sat on our community. We're 10,000 Jewish family community in Great Neck. I sat on our central board. I currently am president of our real estate board. And I say the city of Boca, very rare to have this opportunity to master plan 30 acres by your Brightline station, where we don't have an acre to redevelop down where we are in Great Neck, Kings Point, similar communities, where we want our future generations, our kids, our grandkids, our professionals, our young couples to stay with us. And we have a real problem where we are in Great Neck, where apartments are scarce, rental units are none, and our children have a hard time staying with us. And where we started with development, we first started in the Caribbean, where we started with we saw a void where the Caribbean had 10 million cruise ship passengers coming to the Caribbean. The different countries came to us with an issue of they're having a hard time getting the people off the ships, right? The people do go downtown, do spend money downtown. They had a hard time getting the people off the ships, right? And what we did was, we were the first group that proposed master plan developments at the cruise ship piers within a 2-block radius, 3-block radius of the pier, where we started out in the island of St. Kitts. We master planned St. Kitts, Antigua, St. Lucia, St. Thomas, Falmouth, Jamaica. And we made it simple, and we created a little village right outside of the cruise ship piers that helped bring the passengers off the ships and into the communities where they wanted them to spend money locally. Just an island of St. Kitts, just quickly 1 second on this, they were 50,000 annual passengers coming, and they were on the IMF fund. Once we created this little village, they got over 1.5 million people entering the country annually now that are spending money there. They're off the IMF fund, they have this revenue, they have this tax revenue, and it made them into one of the strongest Caribbean countries today. This was our focus, was the Caribbean. That was only retail oriented off the ships. We moved from the Caribbean to the United States development. In the US, we did smaller projects before Jersey City, and then we focused and went into Jersey City within a 3-minute walk of the PATH station. Jersey City is very close connectivity to New York City, and we were tasked by the city of Jersey City, and of course the community members, to try to get people off the PATH station and into the community, and also try to get the community people from the community, easiest, fastest path, walking distance to the PATH station. So here what we're looking at is the PATH station is to the far left of the image that we're looking on the screen right now, and there was no pedestrian promenade connecting through these 3 city blocks. The city blocks were extremely long. And what we did was we created a pedestrian promenade spanning through 3 city streets, broke up the streets. We have around 6,000 units going into this 3 city blocks of Journal Square. Those are at heights of 28 floors. And what we created was a community that was rental only, and it is luxury rentals. They're brand new developments, all ground up. And many developers speak about live, work, play, but there are very few, if any, that deliver it within a singular building. What we've learned is that past COVID, yes, people want to work from home, but they can work from anywhere. They can work from their phones, they can work from their laptops. There's not that need for creating these mass urban office spaces any longer. The future generations need a place to live, and what we created in our live, work, play environment, we have retail on the ground floor, we have office space, shared office on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and then we have the rentals above with a rooftop lounge. What we've created is each singular building allows you to work in that building, all shared office space, have amenities in that building, rent in that building, you have your party rooms in the same building, and then you have your retails on the ground floor. This was the vision that we delivered in Jersey City, Journal Square. Jersey City, when we started, I would say 10 years ago, was not on the rental map in the US. I think today we are number 2, number 3 city in the US on rental population. When we started in Journal Square, and our focus is Journal Square, and we have a 10,000 unit pipeline within a 3-minute walk of the path in Journal Square. And they tasked us to deliver this without parking because they didn't want to create more traffic, right? They wanted a walkable.
Mr. Namdar? You'll hold on just a moment. I'll ask the members of the audience. There are some people who are talking quite a bit. I'll ask that you either take your conversation outside or whisper more quietly because we are hearing you, and I know it's being hard throughout the auditorium. Thank you, Mr. Namdar.
Thank you. So what we did was, as a developer, we took the risk upon ourselves. We were the first to develop in Jersey City without any tax abatements, and we built and the first to build without any parking. That was risky as a developer. We took on that risk. We have great lending partners, and we are delivering into this market around 12 to 1,500 units a year now, and it's a market that's leasing up strong. We do everything we do internally within our own family operation, other than act as our own GC. We're not our own GC, but from master planning to designing to building, leasing, to delivering, leasing, and operating, we make sure the assets are top caliber within the markets. And most importantly, how this project in Jersey City, a big city, got off the ground was, as we are the owner, and I'm standing with you as the owner, and I will be the sole owner in front of you until all the phases are delivered, is that we're able to work with the community to deliver what they're looking for. We can build taller, we can build shorter, we can build wider. What we highly recommend is to reduce traffic, not increase traffic. And when we moved down to Miami, I would say around 4 years ago. And in Miami, where we started, and let me see if we have the slide here. In Miami, where we started, we have a 2-tower project. It's the middle one on the top, where it's a 1,400 unit 2-tower project. It's on the 50-yard line of downtown Miami. Why we expanded into Miami, and again, we focused on the Caribbean. That's where we put our strength. And then we went into Jersey City within a 3, 4, 5 block radius, one neighborhood. We put our family strength behind it. And then we went down to downtown Miami and put our strength in there, where we're within 1,000 feet of the Bright Line and 3 metro movers. We believe the future generations, our kids, our grandkids, the future is and will be based on mass transit. And we believe traffic has to be avoided as much as possible. And the future generations, and I can tell you my kids might not be able to afford what I afford, and maybe their kids can't afford what they can afford. So it's important to bring a strong, affordable component into these projects. And in downtown Miami, our first tower, 680 units, is being delivered. That's a taller building, 43 floors. Second tower is breaking ground by the middle of this year. Currently, our pipeline we have 6 projects under development of around 4,000 units currently, and we have a pipeline to build. We have another 3,000 units in downtown Miami to build. And then we came onto this Boca RFP, or Boca development opportunity, that we would love the opportunity to be able to deliver a mixed-use project in downtown Boca, and Christina will go through the plans of what we're proposing for down here. But the vision remains the same. The vision is, how do we get the people off the Bright Line? How do we make them spend more money locally? How do we make them live locally? But more importantly, how do we have the Boca children, young professionals, young married couples, how do we have them stay here generation after generation? My parents came with a family of 6. Today, they have 22 grandchildren. The next generation will be, God willing, a lot more. So it's an idea of how do we keep them locally. What we're proposing in our, what Christina, our architect, will show you is what we're proposing sounds dense, but what we've done is within the 8,000 units that we're proposing, it is 3,200 affordable units. 3,200 affordable units goes a very long way to create generational opportunities for our youth again and for our young professionals to stay here. And also what we've done most importantly, we didn't go to 0 parking, but we went to a third parking. We believe a third would be the right ratio. We believe 0 is risky. So our additional density that you see comes from not providing more parking decks, right? So we've taken the parking decks and put apartments in there, where we believe rental apartments is the future. In our master plan, the majority of the project is 10-floor buildings. We have 4 to 5 buildings in the middle of the master plan that grow to heights similar to the Hyatt in downtown, where we're in that 160, 170 feet height. And we believe, and if the community doesn't want the additional 4 or 5 building heights in the middle, those can be reduced to 10 floors. We can try to keep the same unit count. We can reduce unit count. I know the unit count sounds large, but if we're not increasing traffic, if we're not adding more cars than other developers that are being proposed, or whatever the ultimate plan will be for this area, right? If we're not increasing more cars than 3,200 cars, our traffic is really going to be, people will be using the Bright Line, mass transit. They can work, take the Bright Line, go to West Palm, go to Fort Lauderdale, go to Miami. That's mass transit that in the future generations, that's where the strength will be. We're going to present to you, Christina, if you can present.
Hello, I'm Christina. I lead the design team at Namdar Group. Namdar Group in the past has worked with amazing local architecture and design firms in every city that we've built, and we plan on doing the same here in Boca, like we are doing in Miami and Jersey City and New York, working with the experts that are based here that know best. I'd like to present you with Boca Central, which is our concept for this redevelopment plan. Boca Central is a live, work, play environment. It's focused on a dynamic way of living where working, playing, and living happen within a vibrant ecosystem, not heavily reliable on traffic, as we've mentioned before, but a vibrant community where you can live, you can walk to work, you can walk to your co-working space in your building, you can meet your neighbor at a park, where you can shop at a nearby retail district, and especially watch a concert at the beautiful Performing Arts Center that we're proposing. Our concept derives of four main concepts, which is our cultural civic core, where we plan on giving back 170,000 square feet of the city hall, and facing that through a plaza, through water features and amazing landscaping, we're proposing a 50,000 square foot performance arts center that would attract people off the Bright Line into Boca as this architectural monument that speaks of the essence of Boca with its design and cultural history and architecture, from Meisner to more of a contemporary design that matches the new Boca. The second concept was the commercial core, which is the retail district that we're proposing that connects to the pedestrian access to the Bright Line. How do we, again, invite people off the Bright Line, bring them into this community? How do we have residences access nearby amenities through a retail district that will be primarily given opportunities to local mom and pop shops? The third concept is the residential core. It is a vibrant neighborhood of small scale, buildings up to 10, 13 stories, maximum of 18 only in certain areas in the center that do not abut neighboring residential neighborhoods, that work with a street scale and more pedestrian-friendly scale. We propose a city-scale way of living with smaller footprints of buildings that do not cross large street frontages of 300 feet. It creates visual corridors, it allows for views maximization, and creates these urban pockets for meeting up with your neighbors and parks and all the situations that come in living in a community that's innovating at all times. The fourth concept of this master plan that is the Grand Promenade, which is a vertical connection point, north-south, that crosses through these neighboring residences, that highlights all the parks that activate the neighborhood, from dog parks to children playgrounds to an activity field with pickleball courts to Zen gardens with that are located right by the existing banyan trees that we plan to maintain, and not only maintain, but serve around a community center that we're also offering to give back to the community. This is just a diagram showing our uses. So as you can see, entering from Meisner Park from the east, entering towards the west, we wanted to create a public plaza that would be the civic and cultural core that could be viewed upon taking the Bright Line, that could access as like arts and cultural hub for people to meet and greet. It could be a public plaza center around a water fountain. It will host art sculptures for the community. It will give back a lot of outdoor facilities back to the residences and back to visitors as well. The purple focus there is the retail portion, and this is also a walkable promenade, 2 stories high, very scalable for Boca, high-end boutique shops mixed with mom and pop shops promoting this livable, workable play community. And then onto the left, more towards the west, is the residential district, also connected via pedestrian walkways, greeneries, bicycle lanes, and wider pedestrian streets to promote walkability in this community. This is just a quick diagram on the density. Again, as we've mentioned, all low density towards neighboring properties, and only higher density would be towards the center of the area and towards Palmetto Road that we felt could host such buildings. Again, with parking, we're only proposing 30% per residential space, and no parking will be abutting, again, residential neighborhoods. It will all be behind retail, behind amenity spaces on the back of buildings. No screens will be showing, and it will always be kind of integrated within this community and not on the periphery. This is just an example of a walking promenade, giving back to open air and sidewalk space to local F&B spaces, and keeping an open promenade in the middle for residents and visitors to get to their nearby neighborhood or go to their grocery store or wherever they're trying to connect to. A big part of our plan is a focus on the greenery, and not only greenery as an isolated space, it's an integrated space where throughout these pockets of open spaces between the residences are activated fields that are given programs, because programs help initiate activity. Some of the programs, as I've mentioned before, are dog parks, children playgrounds that require more of safety features, open lawns that could be used for yoga sessions or outdoor movie projections on summer nights, and other spaces that are more intimate, like gazebos and Zen gardens and meeting spaces, and also advertising the need for water spaces here for sustainability reasons as well. In our sustainability concepts, we focused on extending the green canopies on our job. The green canopies help with water harvesting, rainwater harvesting, provide shade and cooling to nearby areas, reducing the need for intense HVAC unit systems in these buildings. Our buildings are promoting high-efficient building systems, high-efficient glass ratings, using local materials such as local limestone, local concrete, and wood. And of course, the maintenance of or maintaining the local banyan trees, and not just as an added feature, but including it into our program, locating the community center there and providing program around these trees. Here are some images. This is you looking down the retail district, what we call. So as you come out of the Bright Line, this scene here will invite you to your residences and will invite visitors to come and experience what we call Boca Central. Next scene here is the Performing Arts Center, a major cultural monument that speaks of its architectural contemporary style in Boca, with its sleek glass, modern features, simple lines, inviting open air, and blending in with its nature quite well. Here's a sneak peek of a Boca Community Center that we propose, the 50,000 square feet community center that we will give back. We purposely located it around the banyan trees to give that the importance of a history in this neighborhood. And then this is a final look of the residences we're trying to propose. Again, city-scale buildings with urban visual corridors, providing much more openness and not blocking street frontages, allowing people who also live outside of these residences to welcome into what we're proposing, welcome them to these pickleball courts, welcome them to the Grand Promenade and beyond. Again, a closer look at the architectural feel we are providing: floor-to-ceiling glass, IGU, reduce the need of HVAC systems here, using local materials, adding greenery, green roofs to our buildings. And this is another look down what we call the boulevard, which is the east-west connection point between Meisner Park and beyond. Through this, where you would have our standard residential buildings, 10 floors with a retail base and bicycle lanes and retail F&B seating and public benches and beyond. This is another look at the Grand Promenade, which is a more pedestrian link between all these city-scale buildings. You enter your neighborhood through here, you take your bike-sharing city bike from here, and you connect to your neighboring office on the boulevard or elsewhere, or you take your bike and you go to FAU from all the way from in front of your building. I'll give this back to Effie to conclude. Thank you.
And that's our presentation for the proposed Boca Central.
All right, well, thank you. Well, then, thank you. You have extra time if you want, but if not, we'll just turn right over to the questions. We'll set 36 minutes for questions to match the time. Colleagues, I suggest so everyone has enough time. Why don't we can go in order, and everyone can have 7 minutes, and then we'll have 1 minute for time, and if there's time left over, we can go around for a second round. So with that, who would like to begin? Mr. Wigder.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation, for the time spent to do this. There'll be a lot of similar questions, I assume, from a lot of the people here and of the proposers. A lot of my questions focus around 4 buckets, let's say. One is the plan. How'd you come up with this level of programming? The economic, environmental impacts to the community. You know, how is it sustainable? How does it fit in with the fabric of the community? There is a neighboring residential district on the western side of this parcel. And of course, there's a vibrant, there's the train station, as you said, the Bright Line, and Meisner Park is on the other side. So how something morphs from a residential district to a commercial district is important, and it's important to everybody how that feels. Making sure there's space for startups, small businesses is important. Of course, I'm just looking at the plan here conceptually. But clearly the thing that sticks out with me and maybe some other people is the density in terms of the number of units, in terms of 8,000, 40% of them being affordable, and under our state's Live Local Act, that is a certain metric, that is meaningful in terms of how much is allocated and what taxes are paid along with that. But the question is, how did you come to, with your team, how did you come up with the fact, how did you come up with the proposal that you believe 8,000 units to be the right number of units in this sector? How is it going to fit in with the community? And what kind of impacts do you think that'll have to the community?
Thank you. To start off from the beginning of your question, right, how do we come up with this design? The idea was to have the new development feel like it's been there forever. At a 360 degrees of this, we're integrating it within the neighborhood like it's existed forever. The growth of height has been 10 floors, more or less, around the entire site, other than that purple box in the middle where we're proposing up to 18 floors. Our 18, the parking deck would be 9 feet slab to slab, so you're at 160, 170 foot height range, which is similar to your Hyatt downtown. So we kept the fabric of the neighborhood where it wants to be, low rise, and we kept the parking off the neighbor's view so that all they see is residential units. The parking's all within the site. How do we get to 8,000 residential units? As I said initially, the city of Boca is extremely blessed to have this opportunity to master plan 30 acres around their bright line in a fairly clean 30 acres with not as much neighbors around it as our cities do. When we went into Journal Square, the density around our sites was tremendously more than this. And we worked with the neighborhood community group, and you can take reference on us, the New Journal Square community group. And everybody was 4 floors, 5 floors, and then there was the 50-floor guys. And we worked together to get the density everybody wanted, everybody was comfortable with, and that's what we delivered to the community. Our approach is community first. If the community says we stay at 10 floors, we stay at 10 floors. But the 8,000 units came about where we're in downtown Miami right now, and there's neighborhoods of 1,000 units an acre, and there's neighborhoods of 500 units an acre, and there's as low as 250 units an acre, right? But that's in smaller neighborhoods. We believe as much rental residential that can be delivered, we're willing to take that risk as an investor, right? We are, thank God, blessed that as a family, as NAMDA Group, we don't have outside partners. We have nobody telling us what to do, and we can work with the community to make decisions on the minute within that meeting. That's how fast we operate, and that's our success has been in that. And we believe as many rental residential units you can deliver to the community, it will be needed, necessary, and will be fully used and fully occupied for generations to come. We're proposing there should be no sale of this, and the CBRE team actually on one of our phone calls asked us, you're not proposing to sell anything. We're not proposing to sell anything. We're not proposing to sell any units. We believe this should belong to Boca. There should be a rental product for Boca, and we're not here to sell outside of Boca or outside of the U.S. investors' apartments here. That's not the aim. The vision is to keep this asset for Boca for generations to come.
Thank you. My time's very limited, so I'll be brief. With that type of density, as you can imagine, many people are concerned about the traffic impacts that could result. I know you've detailed a little bit about, you can imagine trying to minimize traffic by minimizing the number of cars and reducing parking, but your plan your plan includes new streets, includes additional streets, which generally would be favored to increase the amount of cars trafficking. So how do you manage that kind of juxtaposition of in super dense, lots of units, but being able to decrease traffic, yet adding streets to those things? It seems, it seems like it's not kind of consistent.
Sure. Good question. And look, from our side, we we thought of this code of silence that was in RFP, not just from after that deadline of, I think, January 9th, but our code of silence was from day one, right? To understand what we've learned from communities that needs to be delivered, to work with the community to deliver that. We realized, and we didn't know what other proposals are proposing. We know what we propose and what we're building in downtown Miami. We're doing a third parking. We're not doing zero parking. We're doing a third parking. We believe that other developers, whoever it may be, will at least have the same number of parking spaces as us. And what we're taking risk upon ourselves, right, is that with the same number of parking spaces that anybody else will or is proposing, similar, up or down, we're proposing to give that many more residential units, 3,200 affordable units, because we believe the future is without parking. And the additional streets that you see is architecturally, we want this to feel like it's a city that's been there forever. We don't want a 300, 400-foot long building that spans and then you can't cut through it. As Christina mentioned, we want the neighboring communities to feel like this community has been here forever. And as you break up the buildings, make them skinnier and not 400 feet long, you allow, with the new streets, to allow more people from the neighboring communities to come into this new development. We can make the new streets pedestrian only if that's what the neighbors or the community requires. We believe that's a better approach, to make them not streets, but pedestrian walkways, but to allow access into this new development, and for it not to be these long blocks of historic 300-foot long buildings that were from the ancient days, is the focus.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you,
Rick,
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
We'll come back to you if you have time. Mr. Namdar, I suggest maybe shorter answers because we've got council
Sorry.
members. We're running long. Who wants to go next? Ms. Drucker.
Thank you, Mr. Namdar. Thank you, Christina. So real quick, I'm going to be really short and to the point. I'm pretty direct. I appreciate you coming before us, but I don't really think that you've really taken the time to hear our meetings in the past in terms of the project that we're looking for the city. You keep referring to mass transit. The Brightline is not a mass transit, it's a private commuter rail that is not accessible to all. I look at mass transit more like our Tri-Rail, which is on our west corridor. The intensity and density, and I know you're very open to talking about the intensity and density. This project is very large for our community, in my opinion. I'm just giving you all the good and the bad. You and I never had the opportunity to meet. It's very important if you want to understand our community that you meet with us. And if you've heard me up here, I just said it earlier, you have to know Boca in order to do business in Boca. If not, then pretty much you can't work here. I think the project is very, very large scale for an area. I almost feel like you're trying to build a city within a city. And what we're looking for is a area that is going to connect to our current city that we already have in place in our downtown. So of course, we're in a cone of silence now, so we can't speak. We could have spoken before January 9th. But in all truthfulness, the project is very large in intensity and density. I do love the fact that you've built around transit-oriented areas. Like I said earlier, I consider myself a transit champion. I am. I've always pushed to have pedestrian-friendly streets, to have connectivity, to have mobility, less cars, less parking. That's very good. I like the fact that there's affordable housing with the project, residential housing as well. And for CBRE, the numbers are off. I mean, the numbers are high, but your number on your chart is different than the number that they presented in today's presentation. So I'll give that feedback later. You know I'm about data, so I'm always comparing the data. And I just received this, so I would have told you earlier. I did have a question. The one question that I did have, you're not your own GC, so you'll go out and you'll procure the people that would build the companies, organizations, et cetera, et cetera. Go ahead.
Correct.
Correct. And then I heard very little, or maybe I missed it. There's a lot of information about your sustainability and resilience plan. I don't know if you've submitted that, and if it's out there, we'll keep looking at that. The other question I had was, hold on, let me look where else I put my notes. I have so many notes. But again, I think this project is very, very large. Also, the green space. From all the projects that were submitted, yours was one of the ones that had the lowest green space. And we pride ourselves on green space and having more green space. And I personally, you said, the historic buildings doesn't matter, it matters, but it really matters to our community to have incorporation of things that have already been here. It's because we love to embrace our future history, but we like to preserve our past history. It's what's a tapestry of the city of Boca. So those are my comments on this project.
Other questions? Please.
Can I just, right, so first of all, as we do develop, and we've developed across the entire Caribbean, Jersey City, Miami, it is very important for us as a developer to make sure we don't fall into trouble anywhere, right? For us, transparency is most important, and we couldn't make this proposal if we didn't know exactly what the city of Boca and what the residents of Boca want to see. We've listened and read everything that was out there, and that's how we came to this proposal, right? And we've kept our heights, maximum height, that is four towers within the entire system, within the range of the Hyatt in downtown, to make sure we don't exceed the heights. We wouldn't be standing here as our size of developer if we didn't do our homework on what the community is looking for and what the city is looking for. And clearly, we want to again say on record that we will only develop here if the city council and of course the community members are in support of what we're proposing. As a matter of density, our heights, our square footage, everything is within 20% more or less of everyone else other than the number of units. We believe that smaller units, which is why we have more units, will be for your future generations. I'm not sure if everyone's looking at your future generations, but as the president of our community's real estate team, we can't find an acre to build apartments on. For us, that's very important. History is most important for us. The only history I said that we don't recommend is to build apartment buildings that are 300 feet long. History is most important to this development, and the project has to feel like it's been there forever.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Ms. Nicholas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Namdar, and thank you, Christina, for coming in today. You touched on a few things that are, very important to me personally, and to the residents, things that I've heard, and things like generational opportunities and community first. I mean, those are very important things. Something that you mentioned was when you were talking to Mr. Wigder, your cone of silence has really started from the beginning. To me, that was a, I really wish we had gotten to speak. I hear what you said, that you've read and you've heard, but you haven't spoken to me, and I've lived here and worked here for decades, and I don't know who you've spoken to because I can't talk to any of my colleagues. But most people who I've spoken to outside of here didn't really know much about you. So I think it was kind of a strategic, I think you should have talked to some of us before presenting. Well, though I really appreciate you being here, and I think you've put some thought into it. There are other things that I think we could have helped with. Things like your best offer really should have been on January 9th when the deadline started, or deadline ended. And I hear you saying, well, we'll do this, we'll decrease the height, we'll do this, we'll do that. But had you spoken to us, that all could have been in your best offer, and I think would have been a much better presentation to us today. Because it sounds like what you'd like to do here is something that you have in Miami or you have in Jersey City, but Boca Raton is very different than those places. So I think that you would have gotten a better idea of really the feel that we're trying to get, and from our residents and everyone involved, had you spoken to us. One question I have about the financial analysis is, this is a live local development. It's 40% of the units are affordable. So was that taken into account in the financial analysis, the tax exemptions that they would get because of it being a live local development?
Use the microphone, please.
I'm sorry, we have not finished the tax projections for all of the respondents at this point because they are being changed as we speak.
Okay.
So
that is something, though, too.
We'll have to take that into consideration.
Yes, because this is 40%. Okay. All right. Also, as Ms. Strucker mentioned, the green space, you're at 3.5 acres. You're not the lowest, but 3.5 acres out of the 30. I would like to see some more green space. You added a couple of the recreation spaces, which I do appreciate, and the community center and the Performing Arts Center looks beautiful. But you also went from 6,000 units to 8,000 units just last week, from what I've heard and what I got to see. So that was 6,000 was already like, whoa, and then to go to 8,000 was a big jump. And thank you for explaining why you did that with Mr. Wigder's questions. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. I wish we had gotten to speak a little more before today, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
I have no questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go with some, and then we'll have time for a bonus round if anyone wants. Could you talk a little bit about your decision to place the community center on the west side and the city hall on the east side near the Performing Arts Center you propose?
Yeah, the City Hall wanted to be part of the cultural and civic hub in our concept, facing the Performing Arts Center as a portal for a public space in front of it, connecting to Meisner Park and beyond. And for the community center, we appreciated the maintenance of the banyan trees, the local trees, and we wanted the community center to be a part of that grove where the community meets indoor, outside, bringing in the landscaping and hosting events around it as well. So that's how we located both of those.
All right, thank you. If you'll stay there, please, I probably have some questions that are more up your alley. Could you go to the slide, I think it's 1 or 2 before, where you had the parking outlined? Perfect. I think that was it. Go back. Backwards.
Sorry, the direction of this is...
Other way, under.
There's a left button, I think, that should get you the other way.
There you go. Right there.
Okay.
There, thank you. With all of the structured parking you're building, why do you talk to me about the location and the decision to make 2 ground lots, surface lots only?
Yeah, so again, all the parking we are offering is public parking. 1 million square feet is public parking that could be open both to visitors and tenants. A mix of structured parking would obviously go more for the residential uses, and then the ground parking would be more for visitors, quick in and outs to the retail districts, quick in and outs to City Hall, and the Performing Center. You don't need to drive up 2 floors of ramps to get to those activities. So we blended both.
Okay. If you would talk a little bit about the timing of your phasing for construction, because you've got more density and intensity on this site than some of the other proposals, please.
So for density and timing of it, since we are a family company and we have a skinny team, we are able to move fast. Just as a project start from groundbreaking, we believe we can deliver the project each phase within 30 months to 36 months, and we're looking to start each phase while the other phase is in development, so that the development delivery can be continuous throughout the 9-10 year span.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going over the overall site. 30 acres, obviously, just take the 30 acres holistically. 8,000 units is 266 dwelling units to the acre. You talked about Miami having a range from 250 to 1,000. We're at the low end for Miami, but certainly a lot more than what we have in the city. Talk to me, if you would, please, or all of us, about how you arrived at that density for this site, and what are the transportation nodes you'd be relying on?
So transportation-wise, we believe that within the next generation, like near, right, there'll be less dependency on cars, right, and more dependency if it's not just mass transit. And you're right, Brightline is not your tri-rail, but there'll be more Ubers and Lyfts and shared cars and no cars, and that's really where the future is leading to. And that's a risk that falls right upon us as the investor, where we're providing the housing, but if they're not willing to rent because they don't have a parking spot, that's an issue that falls on us, not anyone else. We're willing to take that risk because we see that as your future trend.
What's the minimum size and average size average size for your residential units?
The studios are ranging anywhere from 400 to 500 square feet. The one-bedrooms are ranging anywhere from 500 to 700 square feet, and that's mostly the focus of the development. As we know, there's a lot of 2, 3, 4 bedrooms out there. We believe the young professionals, the young couples, they need studios and one-bedrooms where it is currently, we believe, not enough in the market.
What market analysis have you done to support this quantity of residential units, and what impacts do you foresee on other services like parks, police, fire, schools?
So school is the most important factor of this. And as you build smaller units, these are not families with kids in them. So what we've seen historically is that the smaller units have virtually no impact on the school system, which is the most important system to watch out for as a developer. And within the balance of it, again, keeping cars off the roads, providing less cars is really what kind of eases up everything else within the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Timeline, sizing, affordable housing. And then schools, are you looking at any sort of contribution to the school district for any impact? I know what percentage of your housing do you estimate to have school-age children?
We estimate amongst our entire project, I would think maybe 20, 25% at most. And even not that, might have school kids in them. But this is a rental community that I believe will have minimal impact on the school systems.
Right, so that would be 20% would be 1,600 units with school-age children. So even at one child per unit, 1,600 school children going into the systems, public or private or otherwise. How has this worked in other places?
We contribute. It's the tax revenue that wasn't there that comes in. And I think what we can do here is, I heard about the 40%. We were looking at live local tax incentives. I don't even know if anyone has those yet. We're willing to forego the live local tax incentives accordingly to give back to the school system, if that helps.
Interesting. All right, thank you. All right, we can go to a bonus round if anyone wants more time for questions. Mr. Richter?
Thank you.
Why don't you take 3 minutes just in case, and we'll have more time. We'll just keep meeting it out.
3 minutes, you got it. Can you explain briefly your thought process on proposing a performing arts center adjacent to City Hall? Why'd you come up with that, given that there's an amphitheater and other performing arts center discussions that have been very, very recent? Can you talk about that briefly?
Yeah, to be honest, at first we did want to host a museum here, but we were conscious about the local art museum and children's museum that are already nearby. We wanted to create a destination that was part of the RFP. We wanted a reason for people to stop here, shop here, consider living here, and a performing arts center that offers entertainment as an architectural monument that speaks of a contemporary design for this neighborhood was a great program for a target audience that we thought would live here, which is the youth that would cater to the arts and the entertainment business and the retail district, and it was complementary to the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. With this type of development, obviously there's impacts in terms of connectivity that we talked about that are important to us. Would Mr. Damdar, your team, would you consider doing the infrastructure necessary to connect places like the Performing Arts Center to the other side of the tracks with a pedestrian bridge or something like that? Because again, if you're offering something that's supposed to benefit the whole community, and it's very, very difficult to cross both Dixie Highway and Federal Highway, I see that being as a, imperative to really allowing the community to use that.
Yes, we are willing to invest in that to allow, as I said in the beginning, a 360-degree approach of how to connect the neighborhood to this new development to make it feel like it's been there forever. So yes, we are willing to pay for that infrastructure work to connect the areas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further questions? Ms. Drucker? Ms. Necklace, Mr. Thompson, no? All right, if you want to, you've got time if you just want to give up a final submission if you'd like.
Thank you, City Council members, committee members, CBRE for this opportunity. We know we made a mistake not speaking to the council members prior to the submission. It might have been the wrong approach. We just wanted to make sure as a family that we don't end up in trouble that might happen in other cities, places. We're in America 45 years, never been sued, never been to court. We're here to make sure we deliver what the community wants into a development that can be here generationally. We would look forward to try to work in any way possible with the city and the neighbors. We believe this is your future, and good luck with this.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, do you want to proceed right to the third one or take a recess before? We can take a brief recess if you like. All right, we'll just recess for 2 minutes then. We'll be back. Oh, great. Good afternoon. We are resuming our City Council workshop at the time of 3:25. Our next presentation will be from Related Ross. Team, welcome. You'll have 32 minutes to present, and then we'll have up to 36 minutes for questions. We're giving everyone the same amount of time because we went long on the first one. So if you'd like to come forward, please give your name and address, and welcome.
Hi, everyone. Jordan Vargas. Good afternoon, Mayor Singer, Deputy Mayor Drucker, Council Members Naklis, Thompson, and Wigder. It's a real honor and a privilege to be up here in front of you all today. We're incredibly excited to be able to talk to you a little bit about our plans for Boca and what is, truly a very important and transformational project for the entire city. We believe our plan and our team is very unique and distinct relative to the rest of the proposals. First and foremost is Related's history and experience in delivering true mixed-use projects. Specific proven examples at Hudson Yards and City Place, both of which have received global recognition and awards for their significance to the community and the economic vibrancy that they bring to their regions. It takes an army to execute on a project of this scale, and we are very fortunate to have all of those capabilities in-house on every component throughout each cycle of the development process. So I'd like to first take a moment and have everyone on our team that contributed to this project just take a stand really quick so you can see the entire Related team. I want to take a moment here to highlight a few particular individuals. Steve Ross, the founder of our company and the CEO, owner of the Miami Dolphins, realistically needs no introduction. Ken Himmel, he couldn't be here today due to a family emergency, but a true master of mixed use and a partner of Stevens for over 25 years. Nobody understands mixed use in retail and restaurants better than Ken Himmel. Katie Block, our CFO, who has been with the company over 10 years and a key member of our corporate executive team. Scott Borland, who has been with the company over 10 years and 25 plus years in the construction industry. Scott has a team of over 25 design and construction professionals in-house in our Palm Beach County headquarters. Brian Cho, who has been with the company over 25 years and has completed over 30 luxury and mixed income housing developments across the country. Jordan Rathliff, who has been with Related over 10 years and leads our office development team, recently completing 2 new office buildings which are fully leased up and breaking ground on another 1 million square feet in the next 2 months. Mac Fillet has been with the company 8 years, recently relocated to Palm Beach County and significant P3 experience. There are many others here that have facets all across the development cycle, and we're all based here in Palm Beach County. It takes a very experienced team to execute on a mixed-use project like this that can have true economic, be a true economic engine for all of Boca. Another key differentiator for us is our ability to bring jobs to Boca Raton. Not just any jobs, but the types of jobs for young professionals really seeking kind of great career opportunities and thinking, of those jobs that exist in the Northeast, in California, Boston. Today, the reality is that a lot of those jobs and Boca's most talented youth go to those other areas of the country. This is personal for me. I actually grew up in Boca Raton. I left to go to school, went to University of Michigan, proud alum. And, many of you may probably actually know me or my parents who are here in the back right there as well. I grew up in Mill Pond, and after graduating, I went to New York City for my career, because that's where the best opportunities were. I would have loved to have come back to Boca, but the jobs and the opportunities that I wanted weren't here. And I know for many of you that you have, grown children or soon-to-be grown children, some of which have left, or that will be leaving soon to go to college. And when they left, many of them went to the West Coast or the Northeast for the same reasons. The jobs and the opportunities that they were looking for, they just don't exist in Boca today. And in order to change that, I think that you require a developer like Related, who has a presence and a reputation in many of these locations across the country and is uniquely capable of bringing them here to Boca Raton. Those types of opportunities, job opportunities, real jobs, combined with our ability to create a proper downtown is what we are known for and what we want to do for Boca. So with that, I'd like to introduce Steve Ross to say a few words.
Thank you, Jordan. And thank all of you for allowing Jordan to be in New York and start his career with us. And I'm really happy to say that Jordan couldn't be happier knowing, or hopefully knowing, that he could come back to Boca and develop a key project. Because times have really changed. I started the related companies in 1972 as a developer of affordable housing and grew that to really become the largest developer in America. We started off in New York City, because I, too, am from Florida, and had to really go north to find those opportunities. And I started the company in affordable housing, and then had built, in about the first 10 years, about 8,000 units of housing, and then went into other types of housing, condos, rentals, then office, residential, doing office hotels, and then doing large-scale mixed-use projects. And so today, when we look at what the landscape looks like today and how the world is changing so fast, it's changing at a speed in almost every single area. And as a result of that, you can see how Florida is changing and how Florida is growing and the importance that Florida is having on our landscape in this country. And as that change happens, we as a company have grown. I, being from Florida, and really have turned over the reins to my partners in New York, was looking for opportunities, and I saw what happened with the pandemic and saw how Florida could really take advantage of the changing that is occurring. And so I really looked, and I was living in Palm Beach. I've been there for about the last 25 years. And it really, I really feel I know this area. And when you own the Miami Dolphins, you get a lot of comments from everybody about everything. So it really allowed me to really look at it. And what's really happening and the growth of Florida that's occurring, and the reason why. Florida is the best business state in this country. You might argue with Texas, but to me, Texas is like a foreign country. But when you see it as a business state, and you see how it's changing, and we all know living in South Florida, the South Florida is different than the rest of the state of Florida. And it's the place where today, where primarily it grew with second homes and other opportunities. But today, it's become so expensive, it's really not available to everybody. And really, Miami is, when people think about South Florida, they first think about Miami. But you look and see where the opportunities are. Miami is growing as a second home. Businesses would love to be there. It's the most unique city in the country because it has a culture that's different than the rest of the country. But when you really look and see where South Florida can grow, it can only be here in Palm Beach County. And we learned that. We built City Place in West Palm Beach almost 30 years ago. And we were way ahead of our time. But we held on to that project because we felt an obligation to the community and carried that for all the years. We'd build projects, we'd sell it, we'd put it in there, the money back into the projects because we felt an obligation to the city that we knew if that city went or that project went, it would be a really kind of a tragedy, if you would, for West Palm Beach. And so, but the times have changed. And so we saw as the growth of Florida continued, we saw why shouldn't this area or West Palm Beach be able to grow? And what it lacked was hospitals, schools, and other recreational facilities if it was continue to grow. So we got involved with the city and have worked with them in every aspect of that city as it continues to grow. And I think when you go up there today and you see it as a different city. We look at it as trying to be a model city, a model community for the country for inclusive growth. And we work hand in hand with them. We went out, we brought the Cleveland Clinic there. And We brought Vanderbilt University there because a great city needs schools, and this county and what it will do for this whole county. And as this continued to grow and snowball, I mean, we also saw the fact is you needed great education, K through 12, and we were able to secure one of the top private schools in the world to relocate there. All these have been approved. We have provided the lead gifts, and we work directly with the city in trying to make that happen. And you're looking here to create a new city in these new times to continue to grow. But it's our commitment to cities and working with cities that allowed us to really grow as a company in every place in the country. We have offices in the major cities in the country, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Silicon Valley, Boston. And in every one of those cities, we work with the city in looking at their needs, what they want, and what people want for it to grow. And we built a company that is really best in class. We're known for our quality, and companies really, we work with the leading companies in the country that want to be in a related building because of the quality and what we bring. So you might look at us and people would say, these guys are too big. Why are they here? Why are they in Boca? Because one, we are strictly focusing all of our attention on Palm Beach County. I set up, being the chairman of Related, I have really bought all the Florida assets, put it into a company that I own, and are committed to growing not only the company and the assets, but the team that can deliver, because the greatest opportunity in America is really right here in Palm Beach County. And as we've continued to work it, and I use West Palm Beach as an example of what we've done, but our commitment, and we see it as really to the county. We are doing work nowhere else but in Palm Beach County, because I believe this will become the most important place in America going forward from a business standpoint. So when you look at a community and you look to grow, I mean, our plan is totally different than the other plans. We deal with the biggest corporations in America. We know what they're thinking, and we know where they want to be. And you can just see it all over. You see, I think Texas is a great example how companies who want to leave California, they open up an office in Texas, move their headquarters there. They leave the people in California, but their future growth is in Texas. I mean, but we see Florida becoming the next really Silicon Valley, and that will only be in Palm Beach County. And Boca, and why we're so interested in Boca, having grown up here, I know I've seen the growth of Boca, and I see the foundations and what is here. And this is the kind of community that certain companies are looking for. I think the greatest comparison that you can look at is really Palo Alto, which some people consider the greatest place to live and work in the United States. And if you look at what the characteristics of Boca, it's very comparable to that. And to take advantage of that and look to the future and to provide for jobs and growth, there's no better place to look right here, right at home. And we see this whole county and us participating and making this the most important place in America. So you have the commitment of our company. Today we're only 110 people, but the growth and the ideas and the projects we're working on will all be world-class. And that's what Boca should be. It should be the world-class city for growth, living, and places where people want to be. And we want to be a part of that. We're prepared to lead it. We're prepared to put our resources into it. And the fact is, that is the reason why I really took the company, formed a new company that I own 100% of, to give it all the resources it needs. We will provide all the equity that is needed to develop these projects. But we'll do it in a scale that is typical to what you would expect in Boca, because this isn't West Palm Beach. and it isn't another city. It is something that is you're proud of. We want to be part of that growth and lead that growth. And I don't think there's another company in the country that can deliver the quality of what we can, but we work so close with you, we relish that opportunity. So we have a big team here, and we're really happy to present what we think is a totally unique, different approach than what you've heard before.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of the council, good afternoon. I'm David Manfredi from Elkus Manfredi Architects. And I want to show you just a very, very short portfolio of our planning history with Related, because we've been working with Related, and specifically in West Palm Beach, for the 30 years that Stephen just mentioned. We've been working with Related in the recent years in the reinvention of all of the public realm, as well as the design of two of the buildings you see on the screen on the left, the Laurel residential building and 360 Roseberry, which is the headquarters for Related in West Palm, but also in Southern California at Bristol Commons, in Northern California in Santa Clara, and other developments like this around the world, including in California, in Tampa, projects that you may well know. I want to make one really important point, and that is that there's no developer in the country that has the built experience across different places, multiple projects, with an expertise in so many building types. If you look at the projects that we've worked with them, you see housing, office, retail, dining, open space, civic spaces, every asset class in a way really well put together to take advantage of every part. So let's go to Boca. Let's go to the important part. Together with you, the goal is to elevate these city parcels into a new walkable heart for the city, connected to the surrounding city, and I'll explain exactly what I mean by that, with iconic civic anchors, a city hall and a city hall park, a mix of uses that will be a 7-day-a-week, 18-hour-a-day heart, a heart and a downtown for a city with a diverse network of open spaces, over 5.8 acres of open space, and a sustainable heart, sustainable economically, socially, and environmentally. Steve mentioned the importance of the ascendance of South Florida and Boca's role. I won't repeat that. When we look at the context, what you really look at is this is a heart, and it has the opportunity and the absolute responsibility to be more than just this acreage, meaning to have a ripple effect, to have impact beyond the boundaries of this site. The site sits at the crossroads of major east-west, north-south streets. It will make those connections and make everything around it and beyond it better, meaning improved public realm, more walkable places, a greater sense of identity. We know the banyan trees are extremely important to the city. They are really very, very special. They will remain the heart of the civic part of this plan. And our goal is to provide even more opportunity to interact with those banyan trees for a wide diversity of guests. Today they're surrounded by parking. Tomorrow they can be a place that you go to, a place without transaction, a place where you're welcome all times, all people. The goal is an 18-hour destination. I said 18 hours a day, and the pictures here are just simply to say it's a wide group of guests. It's young moms, it's families, it's seniors, it's children of all ages, it's the business people that come to work here every day and to stay here after work. I want to start with, we're going to take you on a tour, and so don't strain to look too hard at these four plans, because I'm going to take you on a tour, but I want to make the point that our planning here has been shaped by four primary planning principles. Number one, I'm starting in the upper left-hand corner, create a diverse and inviting network of open spaces. We start with open space. Second, invest in the civic heart of of Boca Raton. The City Hall and the City Hall Park deliver a very high quality and a varied diversity of retail and dining. Retail and dining is the glue. We'll talk more about that. And build a preeminent live, work, play destination. That is the key to so many parts of success here in terms of the diversity of guests, in terms of where people live and where they work and how you're going to live in the future where the transit from work to home changes dramatically. So I'll start with the first one, which is the idea of a network of open spaces. Planning begins with open space and with streets. You can see that we want to extend the surrounding streets into these parcels. We've created a new 3rd Avenue. You can see 3rd Avenue just to the west of 2nd Avenue, and extend 2nd Street and 3rd Street to Crawford Avenue. And most importantly, create a network of 7 public open spaces, each different, totaling 5.8 acres of park space. 7 different park spaces, and we'll see those all in the renderings. But the goal is to make walkable blocks, small blocks, and to create a new street at 2nd that is so important to the plan. Important because it's a street that together we can control both sides of that street. It's a street that we can control the metrics of that street. And what I mean is the width, the traffic, the parking, the sidewalks, and create a real density of retail and restaurant from day one, and be able to close that street. Close that street for festivals, for book fairs, for art fairs, for food fairs, and allow 2nd Avenue to remain open to traffic, not disrupt the traffic of the city, but make a place that's closable, whether that's on a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday afternoon or a holiday. Second thing is invest in the civic heart of Boca Raton. On the northwest corner of 3rd and 2nd Avenue, we proposed the new City Hall. You see it there in pink, and across from it, a 1-acre City Hall park. You'll see in the renderings, we envision a new City Hall that is truly iconic, that's open and connected to the pathways through downtown. I'll explain it a little bit more in just a moment. Third, deliver high quality and varied retail and dining experience. Everything in orange represents street-level retail. And you can see this. It's continuous on Palmetto. It's continuous on this new 3rd Street, where we control both sides of the street. You can see that Banyan Park is, in fact, in the heart of it. And the point is this, that making that the retail street, making that the heart of the pedestrian place, means that you can do it early. You can do it in a first phase. You can do it without interrupting traffic on 2nd and allow it to grow east onto the opposite side of 2nd. You're looking at over 235,000 square feet of street-level retail and dining. Retail and dining is the glue. It is what brings a diversity of people over 7 days a week. And then lastly, build a preeminent live, work, play destination. That's really the key, the mix of uses, because it guarantees a mix of people. The people who come during the day to work, the people who come to live here, the people who come to shop, to dine, to play, to interact with city government. It's the diversity of uses, it's the open space, the walkability that ensures that 7-day-a-week environment. If you look at our master plan vision, and all of the numbers and all the letters are way too small, look at the colors, because it is a mosaic. And what I mean by that is there's more green than anything else, but there is blue for office, there's yellow for residential, there's lavender for hospitality, there's kind of pink for City Hall, and there's lots and lots of green. Start with the open spaces. As I mentioned, there are 7 of them. They're all different. There's a total of 5.8 acres. It's an invitation without transaction required, meaning come here, read a book, have lunch, throw a Frisbee, have a drink, meet a friend, come before work, come after work, come on the weekends. And you'll notice there's a path, that dashed yellow lines is a path that begins at the Bright Line, moves through City Hall Park, actually moves through the center of City Hall itself. I'll explain a little bit more about that in a moment, and brings you to Palmetto. Not that we expect people to do that every day, but the point is it's a connected network of open spaces. Okay. City Hall Park. You're looking at a view of City Hall Park. City Hall is beyond. You can see a little map in the right-hand corner. And it's mostly green space. It's canopy. It's relaxation space. How big is 5.8 acres? Well, there's a football field. There's Meisner Park at 5 acres. And here's the 5.8 acres that are being proposed. The open space is green. It's comfortable. It's shaded. It's the place to celebrate. City Hall is at the center. It's at the intersection of 2nd Avenue and 3rd. It is intended to be a building that you walk through, that engages the community, that's open and inviting to everybody. Now you're seeing it from the south, you're seeing it from Pavilion Park, and Pavilion Park is the connection between City Hall and Banyan Square. And it should be iconic, it should be forward-looking, it should be modern, and it should be open. And an invitation to everybody. The community center, which can be part of that. Again, formal, informal events, attracting a very wide range of people. I spoke a little bit about retail and dining. I'll probably leave it there. What you can see is that at the heart is Banyan Park. You can see that these are not big stores or big restaurants. There's a lot of them. There's diversity. There's optionality. And this is the new street. This is the street we control both sides of. We call it a curbless street, meaning we can close the street for all of those kinds of events, the kinds of events you see in the heart of the street right now. This is Banyan Square at night. It changes. It becomes a different place, intimate, even romantic, small kiosks for coffee and ice cream. The kinds of spaces that you engage in on a daily basis. And let's not forget office. 3 significant office buildings that bring people during the day, in the middle of the week, that activate the place all the time. Now I'm looking down to those office buildings. I'm looking on 2nd Avenue. And again, to Related, premier office developer in the country. I go to a hotel, 400 keys, a civic asset where there's civic events as well as social events. This is a view across that new street under the banyan trees to the hotel. And these are Related hotels. The best brands in the country, including Equinox, the Hilton in West Palm Beach, hotels in New York City, every asset class covered. And then finally residential, and residential that is of different types, of different scales, that scales down up into that northwest corner where it meets the adjacent neighborhood with townhouses. So it's not a single type. And everything always comes back to the Banyans. It's the center of place. It's the heart of place. And again, Related premier housing developer, as Stephen said, in the country. And one last point I'm going to make, and that is phase 1. How important phase 1 is that you build a significant critical mass from day one so that it is a destination from the very beginning.
Thank you, David. My name is Mac Fillet. I'm a VP on the development team at Related Ross. So I'm going to quickly go through these fiscal and economic benefits just because we're short on time here. There's a lot of text on this page. This is mostly for your reference, but we really want to just harp on how important it is to create an amazing phase 1 and create the place with that phase 1, like David just mentioned. And so you'll see that also that strategy also benefits the city because it produces significant economic output with the Phase 1, including 2,500 permanent jobs and over $350 million of annual economic output after the job's complete. We all know that the CRA sunsets in 2043, so this is an annual cash flow that shows the ground rent and tax income that both the city and CRA are set to receive from our project through that time period. We total that income at about $200 million. So there's more here, but again, I'm going to move quickly. All right, you'll see in our LOI with our proposal that we have ground rent that's set to increase at the greater of CPI or 1.5% per year. So this just shows how impactful CPI can be on the ground rent. You know, historically, CPI has ranged somewhere from 2.5% to 3.5%. We studied it back 75 years. It was 3.6%. So if you just say CPI is 3% on average for over the 99 years, we calculate $2.5 billion of total ground rent that we'll be paying to the city. And then lastly, we spent some time to look at the residential and office market within the city, both the existing inventory and the development pipeline. What we noticed per CoStar is that there's 16,000 multifamily units that currently exist, and there's over 5,000 units that are planned across the city. That's a total of 33% of the existing inventory that's set to be built within the city over the next few years. Meanwhile, if you look at office, less than 1% of the existing inventory is set to be built over the next few years. There's only a handful of projects, and actually some office development is going to be destroyed for other uses. So, you know, we thought this really called out how much the city truly needs office development. Thank you.
Thank you. And not just any office development. I think it's the type of premier office development that's going to attract the best companies, the best jobs, and the best workers. So I'm going to be quick here. And I just want to mention, you know, in addition to David Manfredi, who's probably the best master planner in the country, we've also brought in some of the world's best architects, SOM, Foster & Partners, Architectonica, Hart Howerton, each of which is going to be responsible for a different portion of the vertical development. So this really feels like a downtown, right? I think that's what Boca really deserves, is a proper downtown. So I'm going to skip a bunch here just because we're running out of time, but what I want to emphasize is that we are a one-stop shop with more mixed-use experience than any other developer in the entire country. We want to be partners with the city of Boca Raton on such an important project and to develop their new downtown and their government campus. We would encourage you and welcome you to speak with any of the other city and civic leaders that we've worked with across the country to see the type of partner that we are. This is such an important decision, and at the end of the day, the numbers and the plans are malleable. Those can change based on input from you all and input from the city. But the choice of who you choose to partner with cannot be changed, and that is a legacy-defining project for the next 100 years of Boca Raton. With Related Ross, you have a world-class team that has done this time and time again, a financial partner that has there's probably no other developer in the country with more financial strength than what we are able to offer, and a team, and we're headquartered here in Palm Beach County, and a team of local Boca-grown leaders. There's not one person you will hear from today that cares more about the city of Boca Raton than I do from any of the other applicants. We are up for the task, and we're ready to get to work. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. We really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Now we'll give council members time for questions. We'll take the 1 minute you went over and just make it 35 minutes. Thank you.
Fair enough.
In fairness to all, and we'll give 7 minutes per council member. Who would like to begin? Left side this time? Why not? Ms. Nackles.
I'll begin. So I want to thank you, all of you, for you put so much work into all of this, and especially you, Jordan. From the very beginning, you were available to meet weekly, every other week. You listened, incorporated almost everything that I talked about, and I just want to say thank you. I know you care about Boca Raton. You grew up here, went to school here, you came back, and I'm really happy that we had this chance to work on this together so far. So as far as your differentiators, yes, the in-house team, that is a big differentiator. You have everything ready to go and hit the ground running immediately. And the jobs creation, I do believe that Related Ross does have the relationships with the companies that we would like to see come here to Boca Raton that maybe haven't considered Boca yet. So let's see. the 7 park spaces, green open space, you're about equal. 5.8 acres is very close to the other acreage. And one thing that I really liked that David Manfredi talked about today was the creation, I've heard it before, but the creation of the 3rd Avenue and having that street. I've been reading more about car-free streets and how a lot of cities went to some car-free streets during the pandemic, and now they're bringing back, they're introducing cars again, but just having that flexibility of having a street that you've created that is flexible and malleable to be a car-free street, or we can have some traffic on that. I know you're sensitive to bike lanes and pedestrian infrastructure, but if you can talk a little bit more about that, I'd like to hear about that. And one thing I really like also is that it is a variety of housing. It took a little while for you to get to the townhomes in the lower height on 4th Diagonal, but you got there, and appreciate you getting there. The recreation facilities is one thing that we've talked a lot about, and while I appreciate the $5 million to relocate them, and the city and the Greater Beach and Park District are working on a recreational master plan, we still are not, we don't know where they can go. So I've always said to you, and this is no secret, that, you know, I'd like to keep something down there. And I think you have a basketball court still in the plan. But if there is any way, with everybody sitting here today, to keep some of the recreational facilities in the downtown, you're going to hear from residents, and we've heard from residents. That's very important to the residents. So from there, I think just if you can talk a little bit more about prioritization of pedestrians and cyclists and walking around, and less on the cars, that would be great.
Sure. So I'm actually going to go back to that one slide you referenced because I think it's important. You know, I obviously am from Boca, right? I've said that a few times. So I know all of the recreational sports facilities across the city, whether it's Sugar Sands, Patrick Park, I played them all. Boca Hoops, we have to figure out a way to make sure that stays alive. That's important. But I think at the end of the day, right, people from Boca know that that 2nd Avenue street is highly trafficked from vehicles. And what was really important to us was we want to maintain that it's vehicle friendly. We're going to beautify it. It's going to be pedestrian friendly as well. But it was important for the heart and the retail district to have a very pedestrian friendly street that's not going to be so heavily trafficked by cars. So that's the addition of that new street right there allows you to do just that. You know, we'll have pavers, not asphalt. It'll be curbless, right? You're not same thing you kind of see if you walk around in City Place. And what's really great about that too is on weekends or nights and things like that, you know, you'll have the ability to shut it off, you know, to all cars, and that can be used for whether it's an art fair, green market, concert. You know, that's the type of thing that you're gonna be able to do and have it away from where the vehicles are traversing. I know I'm an avid triathlete like you, Commissioner Naklas, so biking and running and all that is important to me. This will need to have all of those bells and whistles as part of this. I think if you look at, you know, the type of sustainable developments we have across the country, you know, we're known, we're LEED Gold minimum across the country, and that takes into account all of those types of features to make sure it's pedestrian friendly, bike friendly, and whatnot. So we're excited for that input. We're excited to work with you, all of the city officials and the public to figure out how we can make this work best for them.
Thank you.
Any further questions there? Okay, thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Just one question. Thank you, Jordan. You have a very capable team filled with very capable people who have spent a great deal of time and thought putting together this proposal. And I think I know the answer to this, but I wanted you to express, if you can, will you all continue to be flexible with us to make sure that the plan that, if you're chosen, that we settle upon is consistent with what the city staff and government needs are and what the community's expectations are?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Either of you want to proceed first? Deputy Mayor Drucker.
Thank you so much for being here today, Jordan, Mr. Ross, and the team. Obviously, a great, capable group of individuals, which I've had the opportunity to meet. And on a side note, thank you, Mr. Ross, for taking the 8:30 a.m. meeting with me, 1 in 27 years after the Dolphins lost. And as a lifelong Dolphins fan, sorry, not sorry, but I appreciate, and I appreciate you meeting with me so early. The flexibility is important. That's a segue into that. So your team has been available before the cone, had multiple conversations, made the time to meet with us and understand what we wanted. I love how you call it a walkable heart. Obviously, pedestrian-friendly communities are important to me. Mixed use, transportation, a place for all. The conservation of our banyan trees, which are a big part of our history. Activating the downtown, super important. Not only do we want people to visit Boca, we want people to stay in Boca and not have to go to other places to find this activation. You work with a lot of partners. For all of you listening, that's on the website. You guys can see those presentations. I like all the comment about all equity and the scale typical to be Boca, because Boca is not like any other city, and we're not. We're Boca, and I pride myself with that. The question that I do have is about the hotel. So your hotel came in as the largest proposal. I believe it's 400 keys. And I wanted to understand what you're seeing in the market or why you came up with that number. So that was my first question.
Sure. So we're going to work with Hilton on this hotel. We've spent a lot of time with them developing other successful hotels in Palm Beach County with them. We really studied this market and we see the demand for it. The ability, for example, our Hilton in West Palm Beach is 400 keys, and it was right next to the convention center. The convention center actually doesn't drive that much business for whatever reason, but that hotel still operates at over 80% occupancy. We actually had set up a call with the Hilton team and Mayor Singer, and expressed a similar level of confidence in what we're able to deliver to this market. And I think when you look at, there is again, not trying to draw too much comparisons to West Palm Beach, but I think it's relevant. You look at the Breakers as kind of the high-end option. You have the Boca Raton here, and then you have something that's able to kind of draft a little bit below that in terms of price. And there's a very similar kind of synergistic relationship that we're able to have here in Boca with the Boca Raton. We're very friendly with the folks, Michael Dell and his team. We actually spoke to them about our project, and they're very supportive of what we're doing here. And I think that same level of relationship that we benefit from in West Palm Beach between the Breakers and the Hilton, we could have the same type of relationship here where we work well together with one another.
And then my second question, which I didn't see in the package, and you might have submitted, and there's just a lot of information coming at us, the timeline that other proposals have had in terms of the approvals, the site plans. I would like to see that in comparison for all the projects and all the proposals. So that's more for CBRE. I'm sure you already have that. That'll be important for me to see those side by side if we're comparing them, although they're all different in their own unique ways, but that's important to me to understand the timing. And maybe it's in here and we ran through it, but I didn't think I saw it.
No, it's not, but I think we can certainly work with the CBRE team, so that's all leveled.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Richter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Ross, thank you. Thank you for personally really taking the time. You're a busy guy. We know that. Everyone appreciates it. But the fact that you and Mr. Himmel, and I hope everything's okay with his family, and Mr. Vargas, that have taken some real personal accountability to really understand what the needs are for this city and to really look at it closely over a long period of time, frankly, I just want to say I appreciate that. I appreciate really because it started a very important conversation for us as how we plan for the future. And to have this level of team and experience, I do want you to know we greatly appreciate all the efforts here, and thank you. But somewhat, your proposal, and I see the basis for that, is slightly different from some of the other people. And I do want to try to understand a little bit better in terms of the office intensity, how the office intensity is going to fit into the fabric of the community. With 950,000 square feet of office and anticipated 4,000 parking spaces and only 650 residential units being offered, it seems it's hard for me to appreciate that this can be a truly live, work, play environment if it gets too auto-centric. So if you could help me understand how you got into this office intensity and why it's so important. Yes, that's the slide I wanted to see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is important for me to understand why is it so important for the right office environment to be here and for it to be this dense in this location.
Mm-hmm. So I think if you look at downtown Boca now, there's not a lot of office, right? In fact, it's almost all residential. And I think by creating an office environment downtown, you're actually going to be taking more cars off the road, if you think about it, because you have these people that are typically getting on the road, on the highway, and driving elsewhere, right? Whether it's West Palm or Miami or Fort Lauderdale to go to work. Obviously, there's office in Boca here as well, but you think about creating that level of office density in downtown, you're catering to all of the residents that are already down there. And if you also look, I mean, when we were doing the research on Boca, it was actually quite fascinating to look at the amount of residential density that is being, proposed and planned across the city as compared to the level of office that's being planned. And I think I think what we want to do is build a community for Boca that Boca gets to enjoy, right? We don't want to build a residential project for all those people to then leave and go work elsewhere. So I think, what we really envision is a true live, work, play environment where you have all of the uses and the people that are already downtown able to commute, whether it's a walk or a bike ride or, a very short ride, all those people already live downtown and they're going to have the opportunity to now have that true live, work, play environment, which really doesn't exist today.
No, I appreciate that. Likewise, as I've said with many of the other proposers, obviously the things that my colleagues have said in terms of flexibility is important. But again, understanding why you're choosing this, not just to be flexible. If you believe that this is the right program for this city, I do want to understand, and I want to make sure everyone understands why this is the right program and how it's going to fit in. And of course, if there are infrastructure impacts and traffic impacts, of course, that your company is going to be prepared to help the city deal with those. Likewise, in terms of, like I said, LEED certification for buildings is important, and I appreciate that. But again, what I'm feeling here that's necessary is a LEED certification for the neighborhood district. And if you could talk a little bit about, your sustainability, metrics of what you can do here, that would mean a lot.
Sure. And I just want to, before I go there, there's one other point I wanted to mention just with respect to the Brightline too, being such a crucial component of this project. We already enjoy a tremendous relationship with Brightline. I know very well that it's frustrating right now that the Boca station doesn't have as many stops as some of the others, and that platform extension is important. And we've already been working with them and having discussions with them about how we can leverage our collective relationships to help kind of support that expansion, because that's super important too. That in order for this to be kind of a great live work play environment, the transit is a huge component of that. And Brightline over time, their vision to have it be more of a commuter rail too, with more stops in Palm Beach County, similar to what it's planning for in Miami-Dade and Broward. That's crucial and something that we look forward to working with them on, hopefully, and obviously with you all as well. On the sustainability front, I can say, I may have mentioned it quickly, but we have a corporate mandate that LEED Gold minimum for all of our projects, no matter what. Hudson Yards was the first LEED Gold certified neighborhood in New York City ever. So I think you kind of see from our history, sustainability is a crucial component of our projects. And I think, it's an ethos of ours for a lot of reasons, but I think the main reason is because of our longevity as a company. We are not merchant builders. So if you look around at all of our projects, we don't build them, stabilize them, and sell them. We build them, we stabilize them, we operate them, we manage them to the highest quality, and we hold them forever. And we continually invest in our projects for the long term. So because of that, sustainability is a huge component, because we want all of our projects to be sustainable for the long term as well. And that kind of goes along with our philosophy towards how we hold our assets for the long term.
Thank you. I have another minute?
Please.
Yeah. Okay. Recently, I read that Related Ross was approved to purchase a large parcel in Wellington. That's my understanding. And there's a large mixed-use project that's about to go there. The renderings that I saw that were publicized showed something that's quite different from West Palm Beach and from Boca. Can you just explain a little bit about your thought process on creating neighborhoods generally and how they tailor to specific cities, about how you guys think?
I'm happy to do that. So,
Just briefly,
in Wellington, for example, I mean, I think that you'll see that really catered towards what we felt was, appropriate for Wellington, right? It had a very equestrian type feel to it. They didn't, and everything there was, closer to 3 or 4 stories, because that's what Wellington, they don't really have like a downtown environment. They're not known for corporate offices and tenants. When you look at Boca, I think Boca has a tremendous opportunity because it has such a rich history, and it's had so much, especially on the technology side. You look at IBM when they were here, the first PC computer was created here, and I think there's opportunities to bring that type of technology talent here, and the types of workspaces and downtown environments that they want to see. But it has to be contextual for Boca. It has to fit Boca. And I think this isn't going to be 25, 30-story buildings because that doesn't fit here, right? And we've really tried to listen so far to many of you on what was appropriate. We've reduced the height of our buildings, and I would say we continue to be malleable. We're flexible. We want to continue to hear from you all. Obviously, we're in a cone of silence right now, but beyond, hopefully we get the chance to be selected, and we welcome input from you. We welcome input from the public on what they want to see for their downtown.
Thank you.
I mean, with regard to the Wellington project, I mean, the major feature there was bringing a private school, K through 12, and I think we've gotten one of the best in the world that we've got to come there, and that getting approval. And also what they needed in Wellington was more retail, great restaurants. And so that's what we're concentrating on that, along with some workforce housing that is needed. I mean, that's a key ingredient. So when we look at a city or a town where we work with, we look to the needs and work with the people there. That's why we were approved unanimously in Wellington to develop this project. We worked with them for a period of time. So, we want to work together. We think we understand the needs. I mean, Jordan certainly tells me that every day, in getting involved. But we would work with you and really cater this to what Boca is. Every project has to be distinct, unique, and best in class. And that's all we want to do is develop projects, and I think that's what we're known for, developing things that are best in class and with a total variety of uses that are really needed for that community.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
One thing that to me just feels the most authentic Boca of all is the banyan trees, right? And I think what we've really tried to do is make that the focal point for the entire community to come together. It's right on our main retail strip. It's right in the street we're able to close down for events and community events. And I think one thing we take a lot of pride in is, we don't just design and build the best buildings. We then operate and we work them and we work with the community and we market it and we activate it and make it dynamic. So if you were to come up to any of our mixed-use projects on the weekend, it's where we have concerts or yoga on the weekends, and we do that all right kind of in the heart of our project next to the banyan trees, and really want to celebrate that because to me that's very Boca.
Thank you. I have many other questions I'll submit with our staff. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vargas, at the beginning of the meeting, CBRE had mentioned that you and other proposers were willing to include an affordable housing component as part of your project. Could you talk more about that in terms of length of time for a covenant for housing, how many units, what percentage, and would they be made available to city employees, including first responders?
Thank you. I mean, that is a good question. I'm glad you asked. As I said before, I started the company based on affordable housing. That's why we learned the real estate business. And we are the largest owner of affordable housing in the United States today. We have a portfolio, and we're very proud of it. We, in fact, manage every project we ever built. And I really believe the necessity and the need for affordable housing in this country is one of the primary needs that we have and must satisfy. And I believe that the affordable housing requirement should be for the length of the project, because the costs are escalating so great, and replacing affordable housing is almost impossible. And where's that money going to come from? And the needs of people today, when you look at it in the future, affordable housing is going to be the main need. It's really workforce housing. How are the people today, even like your public employees that you have, how can they afford, the costs of how they've escalated? So it's such an important asset. I would say that we would build all the affordable housing we would maintain for the life of the project. And that is necessary for this community. And you should look at it that way.
Thank you. So that's a question on the length. What about in terms of percentage or an availability to city employees?
I think we're open to that. We want to hear from you what's important. We're certainly flexible. And I think, in a recent project in West Palm, we did something that was 15% workforce, but that will require further conversation with you all.
When you say it'll require further conversation, how did you get to the 15 in West Palm?
That was from conversation with the city up there.
I understand. All right. Okay. Could you go back to slide 51, please? It was the slide about the markets.
Is it this one?
This one, yes.
Okay.
When you're assessing the market, you're talking is both the multifamily and office market. Is that Boca Raton city limits, Metro Boca Raton, including out west, or something different?
Both of those should be city limits. The projects, I'll note though, specifically the multifamily, most of those are east of Military.
Right, okay. Talk to me, if you would, please, about, let me get the context here, because you're saying, all right, the pipeline isn't that great for office, yet you're proposing 950,000 square feet. How does your proposal tie into the timeline? Are you baking in an assumption that a certain amount of the office stock has to be regenerated so often? Are you looking at diminution of office needs, expansion of office needs? How does the 950 contextualize with this 1% figure?
If I'm following the question correctly, we expect a lot of this to be new to market demand. I think we've spent a lot of time in Palm Beach County, and a lot of the tenants that we've been able to track here to date are new to market tenancy. We know this demand, where it comes from, and we already have the relationships with a lot of these, I would say, top companies in the country, whether it's finance, legal, tech. Many of these tenants are already, we already have a landlord-tenant relationship with them elsewhere in the country. We know their needs, and I think we're excited about being able to start to present something like Boca to them, which we know would be hot on their list.
Okay. How did you arrive at the assumptions? And I know at the beginning we said CBRE is going to come back to you probably because they may not agree with all of your assumptions, but how did you get your assumptions for the values you placed in terms of housing units and rent per square foot for the different uses?
We understand the market very well. I think historically we know where the market is, and we're able to outperform it given our commitment to quality. For example, the recent building we just delivered, it is achieving 20% higher rents than the next highest rental product in that particular market. So we are able to kind of bake in a premium for the level of quality that we're able to assume relative to other product in this market.
Right. 950,000 square feet. Would it be fair to assume 200, each office worker would occupy about 200 square feet?
That's a fair assumption.
So call it ballpark. So you're looking at about 4,500 to 5,000 office workers there. 600 units on site. Where do you expect the office workers to be living primarily?
We're going to look to expand beyond just the city limits and buy additional land beyond here. We already had conversations with many neighbors in the area and would look to build a lot of housing that can help also support this. I also would say, there's a huge amount of people that live in downtown today that don't work downtown. So, you're going to end up having a lot of people that are going to be able to now live downtown and, basically work in that same area. And then I would also just kind of point to the amount of multifamily product that's being proposed across Boca right now to also help support some of that growth.
And where do you think the commuting patterns will primarily go then, based on, how you foresee this project going forward?
Commuting patterns, I think It's accessible off 95 fairly easily, right? You have Palmetto Park Road right there. You have a lot of people cut through on Second. You have Dixie right there too. So it's a great intersection. And you're going to have a lot of people living and working in the area. I think that's the beauty of a proper downtown. All great downtowns have great companies that help anchor them. And I think that's something unique about our project relative to some of the other applicants.
You mentioned Brightline. We too have been, just so the residents know, we too have been talking with them about trying to get over some technological hurdles that they're facing from FEC, Florida East Coast Railway, that are impeding, I think, the progress we'd like to see on a second platform and more trains. Were you referring to FEC when you talked about relationships? Or could you drill down on that, please?
I mean, we have a lot of relationships at the state and federal level that we think could also be supportive to help. I know there's a big financial requirement for that station as well, and we hope to be able to leverage our relationships to look for grants and subsidies as well.
Okay. All right. And then you were kind enough to mention Hilton, which I wasn't going to mention unless you did. So are there any other names that you want to mention now? If not, that's fine.
Not right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That concludes my questions for now. Council, anyone want to go on round two?
Yeah, I'll just.
Mr. Rigder?
Yeah, just one question related to this slide, and conceptually the program here, and the discussion, to the mayor's point, of 3 office buildings, let's say each with 300,000 square feet. Historically, downtown, especially this CRA section, it's really kind of been a form-based code, right? That you can have different uses and you could kind of manipulate what you're doing there, based on the market demand. And to your point, we have not had a lot of office uses approved, just the 1%, just the one that is nearby. But in terms of the flexibility in your thought process here, would Related Ross consider some sensitivity analyses or other alternatives potentially where one of those buildings perhaps is not a third office building, but if the market requires, as the mayor suggests in terms of the density patterns and whatnot, that it be another apartment building, being that the massing would still be similar, but that the use could be changed to be maybe more appropriate for the neighborhood and how it organically develops. Like I said, we're looking at a 7 to 10 year timeline here. Maybe by the time we get to phase 3, that might be something that, hey, wait a second, we don't need another office building here. It might be something that changes. Is that something that you could consider in your analyses as well as we kind of ask more questions and continue to learn about it?
Yeah, I think the short answer is yes. And, we welcome input from you all, from the community, as this process evolves. We hope to be a long-term partner with you all. This isn't something we're going to look to build and then flip out of. So it has to work for the city too. So yeah, the short answer is yes, we're going to work with you all on what you think is best for the city.
Thank you, Mr.
Anyone
Mayor.
else with a follow-up question? I have one too. So Ms. Rucker first.
Yeah, on that realm, I agree with Mr. Wigder, and I had the question on the hotel, so that I'll follow up after. But the size of the office, in order for truly, in my opinion, for it to be a live, work, play, there has to be more housing there. And you just said something, that was my question that you said, hold on, I wrote it here. You're looking to buy places around that area to rebuild. The point for us is to have that area of the downtown connect to the current city. And like I told the prior proposer, is that we don't want to build another city. We want to connect that whatever is there now to what we have in the downtown. So hopefully as we go through this process, you'll still have flexibility, because I do think the numbers there are a little skewed. The office space is a lot of office space with not a lot of housing. And again, the Brightline is there, but in order for it to be a truly live, work, play, you have to have more people living there in order to make it more walkability, pedestrian friendly, and having people take their cart from a short ride over is really not what at least my vision has been for that particular area. But I'm glad that you're open to, to listening to that. And then my follow-up on the
Mayor
hotel.
Drucker, one thing I would just mention, if you don't mind, sorry.
Sure.
The Downtown Connect 2 is something that we'd love to tie into the project too, as a way to get residents from other areas downtown to the project. And I know that's something that's been important to the city as well.
Good, glad to hear. And then the other thing, in terms of the hotel, I don't know other people that are looking at that hotel or not. I just think that it's another point of conversation. I could see where you want a 400-key hotel because you have a 950,000 space of office, and maybe that was like the connection there. But something for us to keep continuing to look at. So just more of a feedback on that.
Thank you. Question, you're higher than others. Talk about your heights, please, and how they fit into your plan.
I think our tallest building is on the west side of the site and on the southern edge of the site. And we tried to really scale, and that tallest building is about 18 stories. We really scaled down as you get more towards the residential, towards Library Commons, towards Boca Christian. We've met with some of the neighbors there as well. And we really tried to be thoughtful about really stepping into the contextual, surrounding residential neighborhoods of where we decided to locate some of that height.
All right, thank you. Another quick go around, anyone? Mr. Rigder, do you have one more? Colleagues here? Then I'll give you 1 minute if you want to, or you can use the time remaining if you wanted to sum up with any final thoughts.
I just want to say thank you all very much for your leadership. Thank you all for the time you've spent with us over the last several months and years. As we kind of think about what can be an amazing project for downtown Boca and a great economic engine for the next generation, for the next 100 years. So we're really excited to be here in front of you today, and we really hope we get the chance to partner with you to do something really special. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, why don't we just take another quick, we'll call it a real firm 5 minutes this time, so we can have the related Ross team exit if they like, the new team come in, and we can all take a breather. We'll be back in 5. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are resuming our City Council workshop at the time of 4:52, and we'll hear from our fourth presenter, Roca Point Partners. Good afternoon. Welcome. Please give your name and address, and you'll have up to 32 minutes, and then we'll follow with questions.
Got it. First of all, look forward to speaking to everybody. My name is Phil Mays from Roca Point Partners. I'm the founding partner. We're out of Atlanta. 809 East Paces Ferry Suite 825, Atlanta 30305 for the record. We're excited to be here today for what's a transformative moment for the city. We've had a really interesting look at this project, and we had the opportunity also to see a couple of the unsolicited plans. And as we were looking at the plans and the project, our feeling was that we would come about this a little bit differently. And I don't feel that my time is quite as compressed as the others, as while we believe there's certain plans that work, we're here more to present what we think works on the government and the civic side. Our feeling was that the plans that we had saw, and it's been evidenced by, as updated plans were seen, were very well thought out by at least two of the responders that we were able to see early on, and we felt that there was a lot of time and sensitivity, and that they were pretty good plans, or very good plans, actually. In fact, a lot of the consultants that are working on those plans have done work for us as well. I was here at about 11:30 this morning and did not expect to stay as long as I did, but a lot of people are here from out of town. It was interesting to see a lot of folks that have done work for us and are doing work for some of your other presenters. But in any event, our feeling is that the project obviously is transformative. It's large. It's going to be complex. We know from doing these type of projects that the one thing that you can be sure of is that things will change. The plans will change. And our thoughts were, having done a lot of government work and been in Florida and local government myself, who is going to make sure that the buildings and the civic space and the community part of it was done in the best light of the city as this project moves through its various stages. And so as we started looking at it that way, we felt that we best added value as really an ombudsman to the city and carrying out the government buildings, being the police station, city hall, community center, and the civic spaces, and making sure within whoever the private developer is, that the civic pieces worked well with the private piece. And we know at least two of the other developers, and we'd be happy to partner with either one of them. But our feeling is, and our position is that the city should also want to have an expert on its side, a developer who's making sure that the government and civic pieces and the community pieces being done first, and not as, with all due respect, as an afterthought, but as the focus, and making sure that obviously it works in the best way possible with the private piece of the development. But in any event, I'll move on with the slideshow. And so I thought, and I'm hoping not to use the entire 32 minutes, and I do appreciate the clock up there, but I thought it was important that as we were talking about that being our kind of our focus, that we're not, while we've done a lot of stuff in Florida, except for Pompano, which is a pretty large project and a very different project than this, we haven't done a lot of work in South Florida. We've done a lot of work in North Florida and other parts of the Southeast. But anyway, we're out of Atlanta. We are a large-scale, complex, mixed-use developer. We worked with multiple county, city governments, and we've done buildings very complex for private industry, which is not completely different than what's happening here, where we would work with, or we'd propose to work with the city on its various buildings, make sure the space plan was done correctly, and that the building was carried out and the keys handed over to buildings that function and work for what they're intended for. But we did think it was important for the group to see a little bit of who we are, as we have done a lot of work around the Southeast, but not as much in South Florida. And we're, like I said, we're down here now on a project just a little bit south of you. And when this project came up, it really intrigued us, but really more from the government side. But some current master plan projects that we're doing right now. The PGA Tour in Ponte Vedra Beach has been about an 11-year project. Our VP of Development, Matt Phillips, is here and does a lot of work on that project. And when they came to us, I'd say back in 2013 now, it was really a large parking lot, if any of you have been to the Players Tournament. So it's really premium property in St. Johns County, pretty close to the beach, or very close to the beach, but it was not not zoned properly, and they had a lot of ideas as far as what they wanted to do as far as a headquarter campus and mixed-use development, but there was really a lot of work to get there. And so they had brought us on in 2013 to start looking at that. And in fact, it started with me and another person at a meeting with a lot of them and them having a lot of ideas, but how do we come from those ideas to actually giving them keys to buildings they can operate in? And these are very sophisticated buildings, as you'll see in large buildings. Because initially it was just a large parking lot. This is a lot of the partners that we'll show here are people that have been in here already. Foster and Partners, we've done 3 buildings with them. I'm sure they'd be very interested in this City Hall. Kimley Horn extensively, Clark Construction, Gilbane. Nelson did some of the work you're going to see here out of Philadelphia. In fact, David Manfredi, who spoke earlier, did a lot of our master planning in Greenville. So in any event, we went from a parking lot to starting to develop a plan, and this is the plan, and it's evolved from there. There's a large mixed-use piece now we believe is the next phase in the parking lot. But this is just an example of the master planning that occurs. They had an idea of a headquarters building. This is now the building that sits there that is their headquarters, 187,000 square feet, LEED Gold, completed in 2021, actually through COVID, so it's quite a challenge. But that's one thing you can be sure of here, is that things will drastically change during the project. And as things are changing, it'll be important for the city to have whoever it is on their side of the table making sure that things are done in the best light of the community and the city as plans and things are changing. Because one thing for sure is that will occur. But this building is there today from what was a gravel parking lot. And this is the sister building, or let me get to it, sister building next to it. And that's 165,000 square feet. Actually, that was recently finished. LEED Silver, which is a state-of-the-art television studios, actually. So very highly specialized use. So, as our role as developer and making sure we can hand the keys to the PGA Tour for the building that it needs, we make sure that we hire the best architect for design, which of course we get approval from, if it's a government entity, the governmental entity, or in this case a private entity. And then there's very specialized contractors that do the fit out inside. We didn't get into really specialized buildings like this, or frankly like a police department. They're highly specialized. This is probably the most, being all studios, one of the most highly specialized you can do. Quickly, it's another project in North Atlanta and Dunwoody, and thankfully these roads look a lot better now if anyone's familiar with the top-end perimeter in Atlanta, which is a notoriously congested area. The DOT recently widened these roads. We bought the property, which is circled there, which is about 13 acres of a triangle. It's an old headquarters building, and our idea was to go ahead and reuse that building, and then within the acreage build a mixed-use node. Design team S9 Architecture out of New York, again, Kimley Horn, HOK, and then various other folks on this project. Anyway, this project recently delivered, and we had 2 of the 3 largest office leases in Atlanta in the last 4 years. So office people, while office is certainly challenging, and there's no question about that, they will come to the right area. But even Atlanta, where there's millions of square feet in this at the top end perimeter, there's a real fight for tenants there. And I think that's one thing interesting as you move forward in your own master planning. I have this interesting spot in this project of I don't look at myself necessarily competing with the other developers, but I was listening to some of their presentations. I have, as a professional in the industry, I have various thoughts on. And we've been very successful in office on what can happen to office, what can happen to multifamily, how do they interplay with each other, where does the hotel come in, how does multifamily come in, how does condo come in, how do the public realm pieces fit within there so that they're serving the public so you can get people who aren't just working or living there, how they can get in and use it versus just office tenants or multifamily. So it's interesting. I look at it. I've looked at this project really in a different way. Having the luxury of not necessarily having a dog in the fight on the private piece of it. But I think there's a lot to be said there, and how does it really fit together, and especially as things start to change, and how does it best fit together for the community when things do change. Greenville, South Carolina, we're a partner with the Greenville County government there. It's actually the project's downtown, though, so we're within city government zoning. So actually it's fairly complex. City of Greenville has a great downtown, over 100 restaurants within about a mile radius, so very walkable with river. So they're very successful already and very concerned about how this county project was going to come in. But as I'm sure you can appreciate, there was this interesting relationship between the county and the city in this area, but fairly workable. But their old, the Greenville County had an administrative building that was basically an old mall with almost no windows in it. It was basically because the windows were just a storefront. So most offices had no windows, including the county manager and county commissioners. So actually, ironically called the Project Window. And this is over a 3 million square foot project. So initially signed back in 2018. We've now delivered to the county a 265,000 square foot state-of-the-art county administration building, Foster design. So it is the real backdrop and anchor of the project. There's lots of civic space, large parking deck, and we're now finishing up. There were a lot of other government buildings on site there that had to be moved off, obviously to new locations that were operating, a little bit similar to yours, prior to the new stuff coming in, much less us demoing or putting in infrastructure. So we're just now getting an infrastructure where a lot of the government services were. But anyway, that project is moving along and is quite significant. Largest economic development project in South Carolina, has been for some time, 3.5 million square feet. And again, about a $1.5 billion market value when it's done. I will say, though, even when you're doing large projects like that for Greenville County, there still is a lot of discussion on what really fits. What fits, because we were downtown, not to, just to make sure that we fit in, and there's a lot of thought given to this, between the city and the county and then us, of how do we fit into what's there so that we weave seamlessly in with something that's already really successful. And so there's a lot of discussion on height and connectability to the other areas of downtown and so on. And I think that'll be important here. But again, the team, these are top consultants and engineers and general contractors in the industry. And actually on this project, we had Cooper Robertson first, who's really one of the most respected land development or land planning firms in the country, initially worked on this. And then we had Elkis Manfredi on this. And then the way we look at it, though, is there's different parts of land planning. There's a land planning of where the blocks go, which I'm sure you've seen in different people's land plans. As it starts to develop more and you know exactly what type of uses are going to go where, then there's a different piece of land planning that happens on what does a street presence look like. And there's different planners who are good at that. And then as you're getting to actually construct that, we actually use a third planner who is most concerned about what the streetscape is when you're walking down it to make sure it's a great walkable experience. And we believe that's actually a different firm. And in fact, I was explaining this to another developer while we were out there, and he asked for the name. I said, yeah, it's actually a great idea. And one of our partners had thought of it, and they'd used it in a large project in Columbus, Ohio. And so we started using them. And anyway, I think this is important because this was, in the development world, we all talk about everybody has computer-generated, images. But anyway, so this was, we always, and the folks that work with me know, I do not like I don't like the CGI pictures on the website. I generally will only allow pictures on the website of buildings that are on the ground and built, because everybody can create this. This is what we sold to Greenville County initially as their building. And this is a picture, this is what it looks like today. And so what's important is that a lot of what the Greenville County people say is, wow, it looks strikingly similar to the image. And that's what we really strive for, is to deliver what we're promising on budget and what the building's supposed to be. And so that's the anchor of this project today, which is about maybe 42 acres in downtown. And again, actually, this is some of the planning that was done. And, I'll commend the city. I mean, to have the project, you have to have the land as contiguous as it is actually a big plus and a great starting point. We worked in jurisdictions where really, they may have 35 or 40 acres, but it's not all that contiguous. So you have a good slate to work from here. But this is just some of the example of the master planning. And this is Greenville, and this is still occurring. And it's a large development, but things still move around. Most recently, they talked about well, we need a convention center, or there's a large office tenant that wants to come in, and things do move around on these plans. It take a while to execute, and things definitely do change. And it'll be important for the city as things are changing that it's adequately represented through those changes. And again, this is more on the Greenville project. And again, I think it's probably important for folks to know who we are. This is a large project in North Atlanta called Halcyon. This project's pretty much probably about 300,000 square feet from total build out. It's a 2 million square feet total, anchored by a Trader Joe's and various local restaurants and so on. It's the only LEED neighborhood, a certified LEED neighborhood in the state of Georgia. So we've worked very diligently there to be as good of a steward as we can as we were developing this large project, which really has turned out for, I would call it North Alpharetta, South Forsyth County, which is north of Atlanta on 400, for those of you familiar. What we really strive to be, and my partner had said this in New York some time ago, he goes, what we want to be is the place to be, in the area that we are, and that's really important for this project as well. You don't want to be just a group of apartments, condos, office. You want to be a destination location and a place to be. And the fact of the matter is, and it's not really a secret, is that developers, honestly, we run our numbers generally on leased apartments or leased office or sold condos. In general, we're not running numbers, and it's just the truth, off of the rents we're going to get off of restaurants and food and beverage, but those are the most important items to placemaking and for people wanting to be there. And so how do you mesh those two together? And believe me, it's a delicate balance, but it's important, or otherwise you get what we call, it's almost a inappropriate term of mixed use, where you have whatever the use is on the top 7 floors, the bottom floor is retail, you hope, or restaurant, and if not, it doesn't really matter in the numbers of potentially a development team. And so in this case scenario, we think that it'd be great for the city to have someone on their side to make sure everything's working to make this great destination, and the numbers aren't simply run on leasable area for office, multifamily, condos, whatever it is. And I'm on that side of the table too, so I don't want to be disingenuous. We do try to make sure that it all plays in with each other, but there's some facts of the matter on the capital and how you run numbers that are important, and I think it'd be important for on this great of a location of property that the city has someone on their side for this. And that's kind of how we came into this. We work in other projects where the land is not as valuable on its own as it is here. You have very unique and very valuable property that lots of people in my industry would be more than happy to pay for the 30 acres and have the city move on. But for the city, to its credit, wants to be part of it and have a civic piece of this, and it still be the heart of a downtown and where the government is. But in any event, this is for the Halcyon, it's highly activated, more than 200 events a year, various 50 local charity events. And so that it's important to keep that in mind. How's it being activated, and who's making sure that that's occurring as time goes on, and it's not just being run on numbers and things that may not help for that activation and the real placemaking. So in any event, there's so many events at this location, it's hard to keep up with them. We have a marketing team on site there. And actually, one thing we learned, though, at Halcyon is that we had a very large budget in the first few years, but as these places become successful unto themselves, there's actually local groups. There's local groups that run farm animal yoga, or they run a kids club, or every kind of thing you can think of, and they're happy to come in there. And instead of us paying to activate it, they're actually giving us a small fee to come in and activate it, and they actually do a great job. And we have just tons of different events because the community really looks at this as its heartbeat and its place to be in this location. And again, we're down the street in Pompano, which is, like I said, a vastly different project. And we actually are, at this point, our land plans are proprietary because there has been change here. But this was the initial land plan that we brought out. Land plan has significant changes, but for the better. And I don't doubt that it wouldn't happen here as well. I mean, this was the initial, conceptual on this property. And again, we think it's similar and better, but certainly not the same. And this is only from 12 months ago. But these are various images from that proposal, which aren't that different from the proposals you've seen from some of the other developers here. And again, we're at this at a little bit different of a spot, so we didn't do all this for here. We think you have at least two, because we haven't read the third as well, but you have two at least very, very well developed plans that are similar to this, and but will change over time, that's for sure. And then getting into the city of Boca, of course, which is why we're here. There's certain things as we were looking at it, that we thought, were really top of list. Projects should create highest and best long-term value for the city, meaning that while we think that there needs to be a real focus and it needs to be someone's priority to make sure City Hall, the community building, and the recreational facilities and so on that are going to be here are here and designed in the best way to allow the public to get in, as well as the private users of the multifamily and office. That it's also really important that it seamlessly works with the private part of the development, so that those folks, so that it can be the best that it wants to be on the private side. But I think as I look at it from the outside, what you don't want is a plan, and I can't remember which plan it was, but we have a land planner in-house who actually used to be head of planning in St. Johns County, where I was. And she said, wow, and it was one of the recreational areas, and she says, wow, that thing's really kind of tucked out of the way, and the only real parking lot to get to it is from the multifamily parking lot. So it becomes, in effect, a recreational and an amenity to an apartment complex, not really for the city and for the civic piece of it. And that's where, I think it's important to have someone in there. It's making sure that it works for both parties. It can work for both people, but there needs to be someone, in with that focus. Then obviously, project needs to be walkable, pedestrian friendly, and a bright line is a huge advantage. I know that because I see how hard other people in this area are fighting to get a station, and it's I've lived in South Florida a couple of times in my career, and Brightline was not around, and that is a huge deal and a big plus, and that the city has it is to its credit. And I think there's an interesting way to, obviously, some of the recreational needs to be moved off-site. I heard a little bit of one of the earlier proposals, and I'd agree there's not a lot of room for softball fields anymore if it's 3 hours a day and so on. There's other ways to do that. But there are ways to get meaningful recreational and open space on-site that's community-based. And that actually does help for the private part of the mixed use as well. Because I can tell you on both sides of this, we need, if I'm a private developer, I need all the community people as well. I don't just want my office tenants, and I just don't want my multifamily folks. The way I have a real destination location is I have a place where people who live there but don't work or live at that location are coming as well. So these can work together, but it's not, it has to be heavily paid attention to get both of them. Again, vibrant mix of restaurant, office, residential uses. We believe that, on our belief, on the master plan, the massing and architecture should be consistent with the city's vision for the area and so on, and somewhat, we did the same thing in Greenville. We had to look at what's the tallest building around, and maybe we need to be a little bit taller than them, but that we think it still needs to fit in. And we believe the civic uses should act as the anchor for the project and set the tone for architecture. And we know what this is just from experience, these are long-term partnerships. There's no question about it. Change will occur. We would invite everyone to call the other partners that we've worked for, government and private. And we pride ourselves on working with the government and private people that are our partners, delivering what we're going to say, and ready to adapt to change when it occurs, because we know that it does. And again, these are for our gross leasable area. It's not going back. Let me get back a couple of slides here. We believe it's about 2 million square feet of total uses. We believe that fits well. Doesn't mean it couldn't be more. Doesn't mean it couldn't be a little less. But to fit within the area, we believe that's about right. About 110,000 square feet of recreational and open spaces. And again, on the civic, which we're really looking at, we would propose to plan and carry out a new city hall, new community center. Obviously, the police department off-site. We believe a police substation should still be at the new downtown. obviously recreational and open facilities, and plenty of public parking that's well located and well located and accessible to the amenities, obviously, and the city buildings. And that's an important piece of it, to have someone on board who's making sure that all works together. And it can. It's just it's not as simple as just saying it. That's for sure. Or relying on, or hoping for the best. Well, master plan, we believe that we would collaborate with the city and whoever the third-party private developer was to make the best plan. And we believe that they are dedicated to doing that and would be open to that, to be honest with you. And I can't speak for them, but I know that for ourselves, if we were coming in on the private side, I'm not sure that we'd want to be building. If I'm coming in with my normal partners on the equity and debt side, if I'm really wanting to build all the government stuff, to be honest with you. And as we had looked at this, we were like, wow, some of these folks might be happy to have someone like us actually in doing it, minus us being in on the planning side. But carrying out government work in a build-to-suit buildings is really different than building. And I can tell you, we built millions of square feet of it, of building apartments and office and retail and restaurant. We do believe that it could be a situation where we did the infrastructure and we're delivering pads at the end of the day to whoever the private developer is, or it could be something where we're working with the other developer on the infrastructure piece. And there could be an opportunity too, is certain pads are ready to get moving. You obviously want to move as quick as you can. The government stuff's got to be done, but you got to get that done before you have all the space ready for private. But there could be some pads ready for private early on, and we think it's a good idea to move it as forward as quickly as possible. On the other projects, we see that what you never want to lose is momentum. You want to get these projects moving, in at least different phases being developed, or different parcels as quickly as possible. And again, this is on our master plan, and this is how we thought it laid out well. Doesn't mean it doesn't lay out other ways well. It does. This is how we saw it. And it's probably more an example of making sure everything fits together, and that the recreational space and that the retail and restaurant space is in the correct spots. We have learned in some of our more highly constricted areas that the roof of the parking deck is a great place for tennis and pickleball. And then we also believe that dog parks have become extremely important in almost all the communities we work in. And we think that's a nice amenity for here. And again, it's just, priorities. We do a lot of work on this at our other locations as far as, the connection to transit for where we are, the wide sidewalks, streetscape enhancements, traffic calming is very, very important, landscaped islands, and how the parking plays with the various private and public uses. And again, the real crux of placemaking a lot of times is retail, food, and beverage, and it's not the big money maker, but we all go to places because you want to walk around and have something to eat or drink, or there's something for the kids, and it's very important that it's really planned around that and executed around that, because there will be changes in the site plan as things move forward, and that it's not, that the placemaking becomes the first piece of it, and the government pieces and the civic pieces, it doesn't become, really a second part of it as far as what works as far as my private numbers. This is government-owned property by the community, and we'll need to first and foremost serve the community. And again, these are various images that are conceptuals of City Hall that we thought made sense. It doesn't mean it wouldn't change. We would propose to run a process we've worked with the top architectural firms in the country and the world. We'll generally run a process. We'll have 5 or 6 bid on the project. In this case, the city or wherever we are, city or governmental entities involved as well, help us pick a top one. This one probably is under CCNA, and we're used to that process. But we believe it's something that plays off the architecture of the past, but really kind of has a new take on it. I believe this is by Nelson out of Philadelphia, who's an architectural firm we use quite a bit. Same thing on the community center. You can see the same kind of architectural theme, and where the inspiration came from the architectural firm. And this would be the police station offsite, of course, but still, interesting looking as far as a modern take on the on the traditional architecture in Boca. And with that, sense of place, very important. I'm actually from Florida, but moved to the South, and there's lots of sayings there that I learned early on. And as I looked at this one, as you're doing the placemaking and you want to make sure it's revolving around a sense of place and a place to be in a destination location, you don't want the tail wagging the dog on how it's designed and how it's carried out. And again, these are getting, to our metrics, about 2 million square feet, estimating taxable value, pad value, sources and uses. To CBRE's credit, your analysts have been all over these numbers, along with ours. So I'm sure that they'd be happy to speak to the projected numbers as well. And again, with 2 minutes to left.
Thank you. You timed it well. You only went over 9 seconds over the original time. I'm sure you would have been under. Council members will give an opportunity for questions. Who would like to begin? I'll jump in if no one wants to, but all right, thank you. Frame this, if you would, for the public and for us. Your proposal is different in that you're going to deliver, if you're selected, you would deliver pad ready, or you would do development ready pads. How could you see if we wanted to work with you and also work with one of the other proposers, how would you see that working?
And that's a great question. I think that you could pretty easily up front initially mesh land plans and collaboratively work together, really between the city and us and whoever developer A is, to say this is how we think it flows and works the best. This is where the government facilities belong. Road component carry them out, make sure that they get built. And we believe the land flow and the land plan is like this. And obviously someone has to do the infrastructure, which is a big piece of it. And I would imagine they would take down the way we projected it is they would take down pads, as they were ready. Some may be ready much earlier on. I think you and I even had this conversation before, probably back in December. Some may be ready earlier on, and we do think it's really important that you get as much momentum as you can in a project. So if some pads are ready now, we want to release them and get them going. But I don't see it as very, a difficult partnership, to be honest with you, and it's a good way to protect the city and the community as far as all of its pieces of the puzzle.
And at the same time, I guess, would you be open to a subcontracting relationship if, say, we just select one developer and they go out for other things, or we say a developer partner comes in and says, well, you got to build your own stuff, city, then would you come to perhaps work with us?
Sure. We think it could work any number of ways. The people doing very large use mixed development, and these are the people you're seeing, are pretty used to being collaborative because we all sell to, personally, we develop a lot of office, and we always develop is the restaurants and the retail because that's the placemaking. And the other folks don't really want to do that, but we know that the value of the project of the other parcels are on the restaurants and the retail we can deliver and the walkability. So we're almost always developing that ourselves, but we're always selling to multifamily. We're really not a multifamily developer. There's lots of great ones out there. We'll generally sell those pads to them. So it can be done any number of ways, but we think the partnership is not a difficult one to carry out.
I think, Mr. Mays, could you go to slide 33, which was your executive summary?
Yes.
It had the pie chart and the different uses. There it is.
Great.
Your 432,000 square feet of leasable area for Civic, did that presuppose a police station being on site?
No, that would be off-site.
So what's comprising the 432? It's community center, city hall, and what else?
Yeah, well, we have community center, city hall, and I believe we're using estimated square footage from the city on City Hall. Obviously, that can move around.
Right.
We're using what we think, in our experience, the community centers look like as far as square footages and what we think your City Hall is.
So
but
your numbers
could it move? Yes.
Your number's higher than ours by not an insignificant number. What are you basing your estimates on compared to ours? You may be better informing us, is why I ask.
Other government wanting to, in my experience, as the planning starts moving for whether it's a city hall or a county administration building, which are essentially the same thing, there becomes a desire by a lot of the groups to consolidate there. And there's always discussion of it not consolidating, which is fine, but we find that it ends up growing. Let's put it this way, I've yet to see it shrink.
Okay. Thank you. And then, of the different pie slices in the chart, what's informing that breakdown? Because I welcome your perspective here. We've gotten different offerings from these unsolicited proposals that vary. How do you go about finding this as an appropriate mix?
Well, we have our own land planners, and we're working with, on this, a lot of times Elkos Manfredi, who we did not work with on this one, but we're working with our group of land planners in-house and other consultants, third-party land planners, to see how we think it best flows and fits within the community, and what the uses, what uses make the most sense on capital today, whether that's debt or equity, to be honest with you. Does that change as time goes on? I can promise you yes. I can tell you that when we did Halcyon 5 or 6 years ago, no one wanted to touch retail or food and beverage. They thought it was dying because of Amazon and all of that, much less COVID coming on. Now, in the development space, retail is the hottest asset class, which 5 years ago was nowhere. Obviously, office is taking a big hit.
Yeah.
That does not mean it won't be in 5 years. Could come back as the hottest office class, hottest asset class.
Thank you. And then I just want to make sure I understood something. You mentioned that your Pompano Beach land plans were proprietary. What did you mean by that?
Well, I would just mean that we're still working on that they're moving around based on acquisitions and so on. And so I'm just saying that, again, there's always change in these plans.
Got it.
For the better, hopefully if you have the right people on board, but it won't be static.
All right, thank you. Who would like to go next? Mr. Wigder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for meeting with us and meeting with me beforehand and your ideas, and also coming at this in a unique way. As the mayor said, I think it is nice to see a fresh and different perspective on it. To that point, could you see potentially a role of Rural Point coming in as, like the owner's rep, as the city's rep here in terms of? Is that something that
yeah, and it's
you'd be willing to
interesting
consider?
because I thought of it that way as I was looking at doing.
Trying to simplify, right?
Yeah, as we were looking at the government piece of it, I said, well, in essence, let's say we're doing the civic piece of it, and there's there's that piece where we would be de facto at that point be really consulting with the city on how the land plans work together. But could you start separating and putting jobs to each one of them? Yes. Our thoughts were, especially if we were doing the different civic pieces of it, we're so involved that we would have we would work with you, and you'd probably want to hear what our thoughts were as the land plans were evolving. Because all of a sudden it's very interesting, but with our peer group, we're on the outside going, oh, well, of course you should do this or that, instead of on the other side. But in the best benefit of the city. But we're also very sensitive to make sure it works on the private side as well, because that's part of the success, is making sure they deliver food and beverage and retail that works. Not that's just the first floor of a building and that you hope becomes something, because you've really run numbers on and we do, on office, on what your gross leasable area is, that's not involving the bottom floor. And you see it too much around America, right? I mean, there was a deal that came in Greenville in downtown, a big, I don't know, 300,000 or 400,000 square foot, I won't really call it a project, maybe 2 buildings, but it really was all apartments. But the ground floor, they're going, oh no, it's mixed use. The ground floor's zoned retail. Well, that's really meaningless unless it's designed correctly from the streetscape and it's activated correctly and it's around enough green and so on. But a lot of stuff gets sold that way. And I'll tell you, in the development realm, and you can probably appreciate this, I mean, it has very little meaning.
Thank you. With respect to your cost estimates of the government facilities, you're at $330 million, as the mayor said, for this programming, and that's obviously this is complete ballpark, right back of the napkin estimates at this point, but not far off. I mean, the city did undertake many years ago, or between 7 and 8 years ago, an initial analysis where they were at $200 million for replacing their government campus facilities. And if you inflate that with today's dollars, it's not so far it's not so far off. But the idea here, and what we've discussed, of course, is the bifurcation of the city services, and that the police station is going to move to the more geographic center of town, as opposed to these proposals that are happening here, which are really just center of, which are centric in this sector of town. So do you see a possibility here that, if this quote role as the, owner's rep or as the institutional, developer in terms of just the institutional programs happen, that, that you'd be prepared to consult, either do a fee for service or develop just the institutional parts that are required by the city wherever they're required?
Yes, and because we figured the police station's offsite, obviously, and that's a big piece of our proposal, actually, from the square footage on the civic piece. So we'd planned for that already. And it's not that difficult. It's not like we're working in, I'm trying to think, Jacksonville, which is entire Duval County, where it's actually a lot of mass area. We're pretty tight, so it's not that difficult to do it here.
Thank you. One last question, Mr. Mayor. And one of your pages here, I think it was Greenville. I can't find the page offhand, but it talked about there looked like there was some creativity in the public financing where you were paying a portion of the infrastructure and the city was paying you back. Could you back on taxes or something like that?
I mean, I'll tell you, every deal we do, because cities and counties are in whatever unique position they're in, on the finance side. And so I think we really pride ourselves in doing the best we can to work within the circumstances with whoever the counterpartner is, whether public or private. Greenville had a different program. They're basically had, for better terms, they don't use it there in South Carolina, but a TIF, on the property. And then there was a waterfall whereby they had made a deal with the city. So the city was getting a certain amount of money, and then it moved to, we had put quite a bit of money into infrastructure. We got paid back, and then it goes into the general, the taxable revenue of the area. So, but they're all fairly complex and different, and I would expect the city of Boca's to be equally as interesting, but very productive and workable once it's done.
No, likewise, obviously, we have a CRA here that also has a TIF that's in place for another 16 or so years. And so in terms of opportunities to finance some of those public infrastructure and institutional requirements, really doing a thorough analysis of the different opportunities, how to use that and get the most favorable financing for the city is going to be critical.
And we're undertaking that right now for Pompano, where the CRA is also there in the city. So we're working to show them actually how they save quite a bit of money by working together on these government components. And then actually I sat on a CRA board in St. Johns County, so I'm very familiar.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to come in and present and put this together. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Who's next? Deputy Mayor Dorker.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you for meeting with me before the cone started. And some of the things that you said today, that things will change as you go, and that's kind of the flexibility that's built in, and your model is very different than others. One of the things that stood out to me when I looked at the summary was you're one of the only proposers that had a for sale product when it came to residential, both on the residential side and on the hotel side. And I wanted to know if that's what you're doing in the neighboring city, like in Pompano, or is that what you're seeing, the trends in the market? So just if you can elaborate on that.
So I would say it's more as we're looking at a mix of product there, we think there wants to be some, for sale product. And especially in a highly desirable area like this, you're going to have folks that want to buy, not rent. And so really it's determining what we think the appropriate mix of uses and for sale versus for rent. So that was.
Does the product in Pompano have that?
Oh, Pompano, I don't know that no, I don't think that's a condo market. That's for
Any
rent.
other products that you showed us today have that built
yes,
in?
we would believe that there is some condo product in this. I mean, it doesn't, again, the plan's flexible, doesn't have to be, but this is going to be an area where people would like to buy if they can. Like we've seen in Greenville, which is a, highly desirable, for people that don't know it, it's crazy to say, but you have $1 million plus condos being sold there. Because they look over the river and they're walking to 100 different restaurants within a mile radius. And there becomes a real desire for people at pretty high, attractive rates to live there. And you can mix, obviously in today's world, there's always, there's some attainable housing mixed in with that, whatever the ratio is that the city or county would like to see. But in a market like this, there certainly will be no lack of people who wouldn't buy.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Atkins.
I'll just make a brief comment. Phil, I would thank you for coming in today and coming, a meeting with me before the cone set in, and also bringing a whole different option for us here. So it is definitely something to think about. And I've been staring at this pie chart, also considering the proposal that we heard before you, and just looking at how differently you approached it with the residential at basically a million square feet, and only 115,000 square feet of office, which is very different from what we just kind of flipped.
And that can move around. I mean, you're really looking at, and I could go back to site plan, you're looking at blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And if office is back in vogue, then what was an apartment building could easily become an office. And you can adjust the heights as well.
And I think Mr. Wigder had brought that up during the last proposal. Would you
be
able to change
completely?
things
And we
around?
do it all the time at the other projects. It's constantly moving based on market dynamics.
Yeah.
Constantly. I'll tell you, we thought we were going to have a lot more office on one of the projects we were on. And for today, it's not an easy sell. Do we think the office will come back on that project, which has another 10 years left? Yes. And it'll flip around just like the retail piece of it did from 5 years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Thompson.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Bonus round for anyone? Anyone else with any questions? Then if you'd like to use your time to just give a summation.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to repeat, we think it's a great project. It's an incredibly highly desirable area. And so you have a lot of opportunity to shape how it's going to come in the future. Obviously the keys being the placemaking and a real destination location, and making sure that the public government and the civic realm happens in a way that's complementary to the private mixed use. But we think it's a great project, and look forward to seeing how it goes.
All right, great. Well, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your submission.
All right.
All right, great. Well, that concludes our presentations by our proposers. Council members, the next item on the agenda is public comment regarding the redevelopment partnership opportunity. Should we just go to that? We've had a lot to digest, and I want to thank everyone who presented today, and also everyone who's listened so far, because that's a lot of information. We know that the public, and thank you to those in the audience especially who've been here all this time. We appreciate your feedback. We will have plenty of feedback at every meeting, and as was said at the outset hours ago, an open house on February 19th, in addition to all of our regular council meetings as we go forward with the ranking and potential preliminary agreement. I've received 3 cards from people who wish to speak. Howard Greenberg, Jonathan Ungen, and Les Wilson. Please come forward. You each have 3 minutes. Give your name and address. And then after that, anyone else wishes to speak may do so. I don't think it is. You'll see a green light if it is.
Got it. Okay. Good evening. I think we all should get the Iron Butt Awards because it's been a long afternoon. And I apologize, I get a couple comments here that aren't very well related or put together.
That's all right, but if you'll give us your name and address first, please.
Sure. Howard Greenberg, 66 Carriage Hill Lane in Boca Raton. And I've been a resident of the city since '77 when I came down here to go to college at FAU. Okay, first of all, on finances, I know we saw some great numbers for what the city is expecting to get, but what's the outlay of the city, and has there been some financial computations in terms of what you're going to lay out initially and every year for the lease? I think that's an important consideration in making decisions. Another question I got is, and I think this might have been answered, but I want to encourage you to do it. The feedback from the website and emails, I'd like to see that get published so we could all see what our fellow residents are thinking. I think that'll be very helpful. I know you're looking at it very carefully. To be honest, I know, Mr. Wigder, you said we had a conversation. You said we've been trying to do a lot of outreach, and I'm on your emails. Obviously, I'm getting the outreach. I talked to a lot of my friends, many of whom have lived here since the 80s, and I mentioned this project. They go, what? They're doing what? I think you need to do a little more outreach. Maybe you need to mail a letter out to every resident in the city. This is what we're planning. This is the schedule for the feedback here, the websites. There has to be more. You're hitting those of us who are involved in the city, who signed up for your emails from the city, but you're not hitting the majority of the population. I think it's really important that you either do a survey or at least send out a letter telling people where to go for feedback, advising them of what you're thinking. Let's see, as I said, these are unrelated, so I apologize. There's a lot of talk about places for activities. Great, we're losing places for activities, but there's no mention, are these going to be city-run activities, like a pickleball court? Would that be part of the city pickleball courts, or is that going to be a private pickleball, tennis, whatever club that may not be achievable for some of us residents to attend? Okay, going on with the unrelated comments. Again, I apologize. Okay, so I'm probably live maybe 2 miles from here, from the project. I'd love to bike there, but don't really have a safe route to do it. There's no connection to this project, as well as downtown, from the different points in the city. You know, our El Rio Trail stops before you get there. If you're living south of the project, we got to go down 4th or Dixie. There's no bike lanes, or if it is, it's a fast traffic road. So if you want people to come to this and not bring their car, there has to be some way for us to get there, and biking would be a great way to do it. So I ask that, you know, kind of broaden your horizons as you move forward with this. Finally, the last part I want to focus on, and when I talk to my fellow residents, friends, and I talk about the height, and we've had conversation throughout the years, in the last 10, 15 years, as Boca downtown is growing. When I moved here, the tallest building outside of the hotel and the condos on the beach was the Boca Bank building. And city leaders at the time said, that Boca Bank building will be the tallest building you'll see in Boca. Obviously, that didn't happen. But let's keep the tall buildings where they are. And as you look at this project, some of the projects going out to 18 stories, that's way too tall.
Could you
It
please
should be
conclude?
a 4 or 5 story at the maximum project. I think there were some nice looking plans presented today. The Boca Raton City group, the first presentation, some of the others, beautiful, you know, a lot of green.
Mr. Weaver, could you please conclude? Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Jonathan Ungean, 6501 Congress Avenue. So it was great to see all the presentations today and the visions that each of the presenters had. But what I want to ask this city is, what vision do they have for the rest of the city outside of their 30 acres that they currently own? And you're doing a lot. First off, let me start on this project. I think the heights in this city are, can be pushed, should be. I think that there aren't good office buildings. I've heard Mr. Mayor, I've heard other council members talk about, how do we bring a Google? How do we bring a big Fortune 50 company to this city? And they have to have a place to live, the employees, and they have to have a nice building that they find a home. And I saw one presentation today that had that, and the ability for growth in the office. I own an office building. You would think I wouldn't want competition, that I wouldn't want other office buildings. But the reality is a good company and high-paying people in an office building are going to bring people and employees that can buy your home for double the value, that will be willing to pay more. So I ask that this city isn't short-sighted in what its vision is. Whether it's, I saw the economic development manager of Palm Beach County here, the Chamber of Commerce president was here. What's going to drive economic development? And the reality as well, I just heard West, is The reality that I've been saying and preaching is, where is the planning in this city? Because this part of the city is where multifamily, this part, not the part you're talking about in the downtown, but this part where you've seen thousands and thousands and thousands of units introduced over the last 5 to 10 years and many more to come. The zoning in this area for residential is not sufficient to build in Palm Beach County and Boca Raton. And I continue to ask, as opposed to you guys spending all of your time on this project, which has been every single meeting for now months, is let's focus on the rest of the town as well, besides your 30 acres. Because this is where the people should be living in multifamily residential, not in the downtown that has 2-lane roads, 1-lane road in every direction that you go. Traffic issues, things like that. So bring good, beautiful, nice businesses to this town. It's what's going to grow and help have people that can buy your homes, my home, our home. And let's drive the economic development in this city. And let's also talk about the future planning of this city in this part of town. Thank you.
Les Wilson.
Les Wilson, 649 Southwest 14th Street. I'd like to talk to you as a subject matter expert on pedestrian and bike infrastructure. I know you have a lot of things in all of these to look at, and it blows my mind just how much you're handling, and I want to express my appreciation as a resident for a lot of the comments that you've made and showing how you've paid attention. And Mr. Thompson, a couple meetings ago, you talked about having to take the time to come to a good conclusion, and I appreciated those comments. In the context of this project, there's something that I'd like you to ask you to keep in mind as you juggle all the other subjects, and that is, when you move west from this project, the Palmetto Park multi-use trail was stopped at the El Rio Canal, and the city is now finishing that off up to 4th. But that multi-use path was supposed to go all the way down to 2nd, and by bringing it to the 4th, we're 2 blocks away from getting it to 2nd, and the city owns half of that distance. That's what this project is going to affect, is that half. I would ask you to look at these and give space on our property for good pedestrian and bike infrastructure along Palmetto on our side of the road. It is our property. I'm seeing a lot of these proposals really bringing density right down to the sidewalk. And that's just going to box us in. It's going to give us yet another gap in our pedestrian and bike infrastructure. So we can prevent this by giving space on Palmetto Park. The other part of looking west is how to connect this space to FAU. And I would suggest that the wrong answer is to put bike lanes on streets. Bike lanes are not safe. It's 2025, they're not safe. We just had a crash on A1A in a bike lane. That infrastructure is no longer safe. We have a multi-use path, 99% completed from Crawford to the El Rio Canal. It goes up 4th Diagonal, across on 7th, and then it ends just after the El Rio Canal. We own the El Rio Canal there, and we could connect it up to Glades on city-owned property, and our City Development Services is working a grant to get a tunnel under Glades for the El Rio Trail. So that would be a way to connect this project to the El Rio Trail and do what Howard was talking about, is bringing people in from the west in something other than a car. So thank you for all your diligent work.
Jim Knight?
Good afternoon, mayors, commissioners, vice mayor commissioners. Jim Knight, 740 Havana Drive, Boca Raton, Florida. I was not born in Boca Raton because we didn't have a maternity ward then, but I have lived my entire life here in Boca Raton. Now live up at the north end of town, but you have a very, very exciting opportunity in front of you right now to transform the city hall that's tired. I learned how to play t-ball on the ball field out there a long, long time ago. And then I'd go into commission meetings afterwards with my father after our t-ball practices were over. I think it's important that whichever decision, by the way, I have no involvement with any of the projects other than I'm excited to see something happen here in the city of Boca as a resident with this redevelopment. Hopefully it does spread to other parts of the area. But a couple things I think are real important to look at is there's a brand new, gorgeous private public partnership in downtown Boynton with their new library and city hall. They have 2,500 apartments approved right now surrounding it, and many of those have not come out of the ground yet. And I'm not saying that it's because of necessarily the developers. I think it's a combination of the developers that have wherewithal, and they're very successful large developers, but the rental rates, the construction costs, the interest rates, and so forth have been prohibitive in getting those to come out of the ground. Again, it's important to balance what is needed here, and I do believe that what's happened in West Palm has been a phenomenal project up there. Often up there having meetings and City Place and the restaurants and so forth there, and I think there's a great opportunity to really get Boca Raton back in the right direction. I think it is important somewhere in the city to look out for the workforce housing / affordable housing. There was an article in the paper this weekend, a study that was just done. We're some 200,000 units shy in Palm Beach County right now. And it's important that they don't all just fall in that live local, because live local says you build 40% of your units at 120% AMI. Well, that's not covering the average person that's just gotten out of college or whatever else. So it's, I think, important to look into that. And whoever you choose, make sure you vet them carefully, that they have the wherewithal and have the funding to get the project started and get it completed, because that was a big issue in Boynton with their the residential component and so forth. They're on their second developer there right now. And City of Delray is on their third developer trying to build on West Atlantic. So carefully vet them, and very exciting opportunities for everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter? All right, well, thank you. We'll close the time for public requests. We'll turn to review of regular agenda items. Council members, if anyone wants to bring up any questions concerning tomorrow night's agenda, we can do so now. We can also save it for tomorrow. Do I hear any questions? Seeing no one. Then we'll turn to public requests. Anyone else wishing to make any requests other than the government campus? All right, then we'll close the time for public requests. We'll turn to city manager reports. Mr. Brown?
No report this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
City attorney reports?
No report.
Thank you. We'll turn to council member reports. We'll start on my left. Mr. Thompson?
No report.
Thank you. Ms. Ackles?
No report, thank you.
Ms. Drucker?
A no report.
Mr. Wegner?
Nope. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And I have no report. We've had a long day. Thank you for everyone who joined us. Thank you for everyone watching, and thank you for being part of our great community. We'll see you tomorrow night at a regularly scheduled council meeting at 6 p.m. We are adjourned at 5:49. Thank you and good evening.